Chapter 1319. Su Yuqing spoke as if she was telling the truth. If Chen Xianhai was here, he would definitely argue with her. Lu Yi hurriedly said, "Senior, you're too serious. I'm already very grateful that Senior is willing to mediate this matter for my senior sister. I wouldn't dare to blame you. However, is there a way to resolve this matter?" Su Yuqing shook her head. "It's difficult. Among the 3 sunshine masters of this world, Chen Xianhai is the oldest. As you know, old men are stubborn. It's very difficult for outsiders to change their minds. I can only say that I'll try my best to negotiate with him so that you can bring your senior sister away as soon as possible. Then I'll have to trouble Senior." Lu Yi was very grateful. Although he couldn't bring the missing moon immortal out of Mount Fengsuan for the time being, it wasn't a bad thing to be exempted from 100 years of hard labor. As for what would happen after that, he could only plan slowly. He had a good relationship with Haitang, and it seemed that Haitang's master was also willing to help. At most, he would pay some spirit jades and apologize to Chen Xianhai. He had to bring the missing moon immortal out. He couldn't let her stay here alone. After that, Su Yuqing asked Lu Yi a few more questions. However, they weren't secrets. She only asked about his background, his master, and even his age. Lu Yi answered them one by one. As they chatted, Lu Yi could feel the Sunshine Master's admiration for him. He naturally attributed it to him bringing Haitang out of Spectre Ship. If he were in someone else's shoes, Lu Yi would definitely think the same of someone who saved someone close to him. About an hour later, Su Yuqing suddenly looked up in a certain direction. Her gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void. After a few breaths, she retracted her gaze and smiled. "You can go now. Haitang has brought your senior sister back." Lu Yi hurriedly got up. "Thank you, Senior. As for what happens next?" Su Yuqing comforted him. "Don't worry, I'll do my best." Lu Yi left the immortal spirit peak and rushed back to the valley. From afar, he saw Haitang standing side by side with a girl. Who else could it be but the missing moon immortal? Clearly, thought Moon Immortal had also learned of the situation from Haitang. When she saw Lu Yi rushing over, she turned her head somewhat abruptly. Back then, when Lu Yi joined the military province guards and rushed to Ash Flame Mountain Pass to take up his post, he was only at the True Lake realm. She, on the other hand, was at the Divine Ocean realm. Moreover, she was at the Divine Ocean realm, a Divine Ocean realm expert who had long been famous throughout the 9 provinces. The difference between the two of them was huge, and in the end, Lu Yi was tormented by her. It had only been a few years, but they were already standing on the same starting line. Now that he was in trouble, it was Lu Yi who had spared no effort to rescue him. Unfortunately, he had really found the place. Previously, when she had been captured, Nian Yuxian had thought that she would really have to work hard here for 100 years. She had also tried to resist, but this realm had Ri Zhao holding down the fort. There were also many Yu Yao. How could she resist? He could only accept his fate, but he never thought that there would be such a turn of events. In this situation, Thought Moon Immortal felt as though she was being mischievous and had been saved by a child. It made her unable to control herself. She was someone from the same generation as Feng Wujian, and Lu Yi was Feng Wujian's junior brother. In her heart, she had indeed always treated Lu Yi as a child. Senior Sister Nian. Lu Yi stepped forward and carefully looked at Thought Moon Immortal. "Are you all right?" Although Haitang and Su Yuqing had both said that Fengsuan Mountain would not treat intruders harshly, this matter had to be confirmed first before he could be at ease. Thought Moon Immortal tilted her head and hesitated for a while before saying, "I'm fine." "That's good." Lu Yi nodded and looked at Haitang. "Senior Sister Haitang has worked hard." Haitang waved her hand and said, "It's not hard, it's just a trip." Looking at Lu Yi and then at Thought Moon Immortal, she sensed that the atmosphere was not right, so she found an excuse to slip away. "Master has summoned me, so I have to go. You two can talk first." Saying so, She took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Yi. This is my talisman. If junior brother Lu needs anything, you can contact me through this talisman at any time. Lu Yi solemnly received it. The local cultivators of 9 regions could contact each other through the battlefield imprint, but in this vast starry sky, 99% of the domains did not have such a convenient means. After all, those domains did not have heaven's secret, like Little Nine, so they generally used other ways to contact each other. Lu Yi had come into contact with things like sound transmission stones before, which were made of a special material, and he could also refine them himself. However, the range of the sound transmission stone was limited, so it was not suitable for Constellation Realm cultivators to use. What was suitable for Constellation Realm cultivators was the talisman, which was also the most common means of communication used by cultivators in today's starry sky. Lu Yi put away the talisman and looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, he waved at Thought Moon Immortal and entered the hall. Seeing his sneaky look, Thought Moon Immortal didn't know what he was going to do, so she curiously followed him. When they reached the inner room, Lu Yi asked, "Senior sister, no one bullied you, right?" Thought Moon Immortal didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she also felt Lu Ye's concern. She nodded and said, "No, I was just arranged to mine the spirit mine there, and I can get my monthly salary in 2 days. Because of you, I've worked in vain this month." Lu Yi was also amused by her and asked, "How much is your monthly salary here?" 10 pieces of spirit jades. Not bad. Lu Yi thought that even if there was a monthly salary, it would just be a casual gesture. He didn't expect there to be 10 pieces. According to his previous calculation, these 10 pieces of spirit jades were enough for a month of cultivation in the early stage of Constellation Realm. "How did you find this place, and how did you know that Haitang?" After chatting for a while, the embarrassment in Thought Moon Immortal's heart dissipated. It was already like this, so what if she was embarrassed? In any case, only Lu Yi knew about her embarrassing state, so she just had to seal his mouth when they got out of this place. She had a cold temperament and didn't have too many questions, but this matter really made her curious. "It's a long story." Lu Yi sighed leisurely. "Then make it short." Thought Moon Immortal glared at him and put on the airs of a senior sister. Yes. Lu Yi really didn't dare to do anything in front of her. Thinking back to when he was at the Blue Flame Mountain Pass, it was Thought Moon Immortal who came out to save his life when he was in danger at the Lonely Mountain Pass. In Lu Ye's heart, although Thought Moon Immortal had never joined the Blue Blood sect, she was also one of the real senior sisters. At that moment, he told her about all his adventures, which surprised Thought Moon Immortal. She had also set out from the 9 provinces to explore the surrounding starry skies, but her journey was not as exciting as Lu Ye's. Basically, she had spent her time in loneliness. It was only at the end that she encountered a small drifting mountain. She had wanted to go up to look for spiritual jades, but in the end, she had bumped into Fongsuan Mountain. In that case, you saved Haitang, but also got my clues, and then followed Haitang all the way here. Thought Moon Immortal, there were really a lot of coincidences, but if she missed any one of them, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see Lu Yi. That's why they say good people are rewarded. Lu Yi was deeply moved. "What's the situation now? Can we leave at any time?" Thought Moon Immortal asked. Although there was a monthly salary for serving here, there was little time for her to cultivate, so even if she took the spirit jades, it was not of much use. Not only for her, but for all the constellations in 9 regions. The most important thing right now was to quickly improve their own cultivation. Therefore, if she could leave, Thought Moon Immortal was not willing to stay here. Lu Yi revealed a trace of worry. "It's not that simple. I heard from Master Haitang that the person who captured you didn't want to let you go, because any cultivator who enters this world will have to serve for 100 years. This is a rule set by their ancestors. Some people strictly adhere to their ancestors' rules and don't know how to be flexible. They are very stubborn. It was only because Master Haitang intervened that you were rescued temporarily. Thought Moon Immortal seriously recalled Chun Xuanhai's appearance and nodded. That Ri Zhao, who captured me, is indeed quite old. He doesn't seem to be a good person. Senior sister, don't worry. Master Haitang said that she will mediate again. You and I have to leave safely. Lu Yi was actually not too worried about this matter. Chun Xianhai was Ri Zhao, and Su Yuqing was also Ri Zhao. They should be able to have a good talk. Of course, the premise was that Su Yuqing was willing to do a lot in the middle. If she was just being perfunctory, then it was hard to say what would happen next. However, looking at Su Yuqing's appreciation of her before, Lu Yi felt that she should not be a person who said one thing on the surface and another behind her back. There's nothing to do. Senior sister can cultivate in peace. Let's wait for the news, Lu Yi said. That's the only way. Thought Moon Immortal nodded. Lu Yi handed over a storage bag to her. Thought Moon Immortal took it, suspiciously. When she opened it, she found that it was full of spirit jades. There were nearly 1,000 of them. She was shocked. Where did you get so many? She had also collected them along the way, but the amount of spirit jades she had collected was not even half of what Lu Yi had. And this was only what Lu Yi had given her. He must have more of his own. I went out with Senior Yang Qing previously and obtained them by accident. Senior sister, take them first. If you don't have enough, let me know. Lu Yi had only told Jian Guhong and Wu Chang about the reincarnation tree. However, this information had already been disseminated by Jian Guhong in the 9 continents constellation realm. Everyone knew about Lu Ye's situation at the reincarnation tree. Therefore, when she heard him say this, Thought Moon Immortal understood. She did not stand on ceremony with him. She kept the storage bag and said, "Then I'll keep it." Then, the two of them went to their respective rooms to cultivate. This valley was the territory of the immortal spirit peak. It was usually empty and was only used to entertain guests. Naturally, the buildings were complete. Moreover, under Haitang's arrangements, there were more than 10 True Lake realm disciples who were at his beck and call. However, Lu Yi did not want to trouble them. He was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he took out the musical note that Haitang had given him and began to study it. It was easy for the cultivators of the 9 continents to communicate with each other within the range of Tianji. However, if they were out of Tianji's range, they would have to find a new method of communication. This musical note was undoubtedly a very good one. Lu Yi wanted to know if he could refine it with his own abilities. Chapter 1320. For the next few days, Lu Yi studied the musical notes and gained insight into the various mysteries within them. Musical notes were widespread throughout the entire starry sky, and refining them was not difficult at all. Anyone who had some attainments in the Tao of spirit runes could refine them because there were more complicated spirit runes within them. Lu Ye's attainments in the path of spirit patterns could naturally meet the requirements of refining musical notes. What he lacked now was the materials. He had never seen this kind of jade stone used to refine musical notes. Presumably, it was not an ordinary jade stone. At the very least, it was something that did not exist in the 9 regions. This was easy to handle. He just had to send a message to Haitang to see if she could help him get some. He could pay the corresponding amount of spirit jades and treat it as a purchase. After a while, Haitang replied, telling him to wait in the valley and that she would arrange for someone to deliver it to him. As for the spirit jades, there was no need. Haitang said that this kind of jade stone was not too precious. So why would she accept Lu Ye's spirit jades? Lu Yi did not stand on ceremony and waited patiently. On the immortal spirit peak, in a secret room, Haitang let out a long sigh after ending the transmission with Lu Yi. She had originally planned to visit the Lu siblings frequently in the next few days. No matter what, Lu Yi was her guest. As the host, there was naturally no reason for her to leave her guest to the side. This was not how the human tribe treated their guests. However, her master had strictly ordered her to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time in preparation for the Black Abyss Martial Arts exhibition in a few months. She was not allowed to go out without orders. Haitang had no choice but to obey. In the valley, Lu Yi did not have to wait for long before a spirit sea realm cultivator flew over and delivered a storage ring. Lu Yi checked it and found that it was indeed the kind of jade stone he needed. Moreover, there was a lot of it, enough for him to squander. From this point of view, this thing was indeed not too precious. He then began to refine musical notes with peace of mind. At first, it was not smooth. After all, everything was a process of practice. After a few days, he finally managed to refine the first musical note. He excitedly found Thought Moon Immortal and handed her the musical note. Then the two went to different places and began to communicate with the help of musical notes, which could be considered as an experiment. Everything went smoothly. Although this method of communication was not as convenient and fast as the battlefield imprint, it had one advantage, which was that it was no longer restricted by the range of heaven's secrets. The distance of communication was much farther than the sound transmission stone. As for the specific limit, Lu Yi was not too clear. He had to verify it in the future. In any case, in terms of communication, the 9 regions could be considered to be connected to the starry sky. In the future, when they went out, if they encountered cultivators from other realms who used sound talismans, they would not act like country bumpkins. In the following period of time, Lu Yi continued to refine more musical notes. Firstly, it was to practice her own skills, and secondly, it was to prepare for the constellations in the 9 regions. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi had a large number of musical notes in his hands, which was enough for the 9 continents' constellations to divide among themselves. Each of them had one piece, and there were still some left. Although he knew that the road to happiness was strewn with setbacks, there was a reality that he needed to face. That was, Fengsun Mountain was constantly moving. He and Thought Moon Immortal couldn't stay here for too long. If they stayed here for too long, even if the two of them left Fengsun Mountain, they might not be able to find their way home. Therefore, the matter of Thought Moon Immortal had to be solved as soon as possible. Others were helping him, so he couldn't urge them. But so much time had passed, so there should be some news. It shouldn't be so troublesome to communicate with sunshine cultivators. Lu Yi sent another message to Haitang and soon received a reply. However, Haitang's tone was somewhat helpless. "Junior brother Lu, wait for me over there for a moment. I will come and talk to you in person." Previously, Su Yuqing let Haitang go into seclusion to cultivate and recuperate, but also told her one thing. That was, if Lu Yi inquired about information, she should explain the situation to him in person. As for what the situation was, Haitang didn't know for the time being. She had to ask Su Yuqing. Coming out of seclusion, Haitang saw her master and listened to her teachings. Then, she went down the Immortal Spirit Peak with a heavy heart. Arriving at Lu Ye's residence, she greeted Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal. Lu Yi said, "Senior Sister Haitang, is there a problem?" Haitang's complexion didn't look too good. This made Lu Yi feel that something was wrong. Su Yuqing had personally made a move. Was it still useless? How stubborn was Chun Xianhai? Haitang looked at Lu Yi, then at Thought Moon Immortal. Her expression was guilty. She said softly, "Master said that she had already negotiated with Marshal Uncle Chen." At first, Marshal Uncle Chen insisted on the rules passed down by his ancestors, but in the end, he was persuaded by Master to let fellow Nian leave. If that was the case, Haitang wouldn't be so worried. Lu Yi asked calmly, "Is there any other condition?" Haitang bit her red lips and nodded slowly. "Tell me." Lu Yi said, "If it's not some difficult condition, we will definitely do our best." Haitang stammered for a while, then said, "Marshal Uncle Chin said that since ancient times, all intruders have to serve in Mount Fengsuan for 100 years. Even those from the top domains are the same. There has never been a precedent of breaking the rules. This can't be opened. Otherwise, no one will take Mount Fengsuan seriously in the future. So he proposed a compromise. I'd like to hear the details. Haitang lifted her head and glanced at Thought Moon Immortal. Martial Uncle Chin said that if fellow Taoist Nien can find a man in Mount Fongsuan and become Tao companions with him, then she will be considered a member of Mount Fongsuan. The rules for outsiders will naturally not apply. Hearing this, Thought Moon Immortal turned to leave. Her voice floated over. I choose to serve here for 100 years. It was impossible for her to find a Tao companion in Mount Fongsuan. Lu Yi turned to look at her departing figure. After a long time, she retracted her gaze and said in a low voice, Is there no other way to bend the rules? The shame on Haitang's face deepened. Junior Marshal Brother Lu, I'm sorry. I thought this wouldn't be too troublesome. Who knew that Martial Uncle Qin Xianhai would? She really couldn't understand how things had developed to this point. Previously, when she met her honored master, and her honored master told her this, she knew that the situation was not good. She was almost too ashamed to meet Lu Yi, but she could not come. She could only brace herself and come. Lu Yi waved her hand. This has nothing to do with you. Senior Martial Sister Haitang, you don't have to blame yourself. But please forgive us for not being able to agree to this condition. If it weren't for the fact that his strength was inferior, Lu Yi would have attacked Cloud Sea Peak the moment he heard that condition. He wanted to see what kind of freak Qin Xianhai was, to actually propose such a condition. But the difference in strength between Xinghua and Ri Zhao was too great. Even if Lu Yi really went to look for them, it would be useless. If Thought Moon Immortal wasn't allowed to leave, Lu Yi naturally couldn't leave alone. He thought to himself that if this was the case, he would accompany Thought Moon Immortal here for 100 years. Anyway, he was a guest of Mount Fongsuan and could enter and leave this place as he pleased. It wouldn't affect his cultivation too much. Junior Martial Brother Lu, don't worry. I'll go ask Honored Master again. I'll definitely let you two leave safely. Haitang didn't have the face to stay any longer. After saying this, she rushed into the sky and went straight to Immortal Spirit Peak. After Haitang left, Lu Yi stood in place for a long time in silence. Then, he turned and went to Thought Moon Immortal's room. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. After getting permission, he pushed open the door and entered. Thought Moon Immortal was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. It looked like she was cultivating. Seeing her like this, Lu Yi was slightly relieved. She could still cultivate, which meant that the matter just now didn't affect her state of mind. Thinking about it, she was already at the constellation realm. Her state of mind wouldn't be shaken by the words of others. Lu Yi sat down in front of her. He opened his mouth but swallowed his words. There were some things that he wanted to ask, but it wasn't convenient for him to do so. He regretted coming over. Thought Moon Immortal rolled her eyes at him. If you have something to say, just say it. As a man, don't be so wishy-washy. Lu Yi blushed with shame and said, Senior sister, I want to ask about my eldest senior brother. Are you still in love with your eldest senior brother? Thought Moon Immortal finished the sentence herself. Lu Yi chuckled and said, That's exactly what I mean. Thought Moon Immortal didn't even think about it. In our era, your eldest senior brother was the most dazzling figure in the 9 provinces and the brightest star in the sky. Which woman didn't yearn for love? Well, women all admire heroes and look up to the strong. It's not just me. There are many women you know and don't know who all have deep feelings for your eldest senior brother. Let's talk about you. Lu Yi looked at her. Me too. Thought Moon Immortal showed a rare smile, and a look of recollection flashed across her eyes. At that time, I followed your eldest senior brother, and together with Taishan, we were called his right-hand men. Taishan and him were brothers. I was a woman, so I naturally had some other thoughts. Well, it was a very beautiful time, and also an unforgettable time. However, your eldest senior brother eventually chose another woman and became her biological daughter. In the final battle, your eldest senior brother also died in battle. Of course, Now we know that his death was a pretense, but at that time his body was found by Taishan. Who would know that he was still alive and living in another domain? Decades have passed. Time can change a lot of things. Some people have forgotten your eldest senior brother, but some people still remember him. However, this is just a memory after all. Even if he comes back from the dead and returns again, memories are just memories. Do you understand? Lu Yi roughly understood, thought Moon Immortal's mood. She nodded and said, I understand. Thought Moon Immortal made it very clear that for her, Feng Wujiang was just a memory of the past. Some things had already become a foregone conclusion, so she would no longer be nostalgic about the past. Memories were indeed beautiful, but people couldn't always live in memories, which would only make people stagnate. I'm a little busy today. I'm going to pay a New Year's visit to the various families of my clan. First, I'll pay a New Year's greeting to all my brothers and sisters here. I wish you all a happy New Year's, Rabbit, and infinite wealth. End of this chapter. Chapter 1321. This was also in line with Thought Moon Immortal's motto as a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator's sword would always press forward courageously. Cultivators cultivated for a long time, who didn't have a few special people or events in their memories. However, these people and events would never become obstacles to a cultivator's cultivation. Instead, they should be a kind of motivation. When one was troubled, recalling these memories and thinking about how pure and innocent they were back then, they would smile knowingly. Junior brother, you can't believe everything a person says. Thought Moon Immortal suddenly said. What? Lu Yi looked at her in confusion. Thought Moon Immortal said. As you said, if Su Yuqing was really willing to do her best to mediate, Qin Xianhai had no reason to not give her face at all. After all, there are only 3 sunshine cultivators on Mount Fangsuan. They should know each other very well. Moreover, that Qin Xianhai might not have thought of our reaction after proposing such a condition. He's obviously forcing us. Think carefully again. What did Su Yuqing say to you? Lu Yi looked thoughtful as he recalled Su Yuqing's words. After a while he replied, at that time she didn't say too much. She only said that she would discuss it with Qin Xianhai. Senior sister means. Haitang's master didn't go all out? Thought Moon Immortal said. Perhaps I'm gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own yardstick, but I keep feeling that something is wrong. Lu Yi was just about to say something when suddenly the earth began to shake violently as a violent and ferocious fluctuation of energy came from outside. Even though they were inside the room, Lu Yi and Yang Kai felt as if they were on a boat drifting about in the middle of the sea. Not only were their bodies unstable, but even their minds were somewhat shaken. Their expressions changed at the same time, and they hurriedly flashed away. Looking up, they saw 2 streaks of light rapidly clashing in the distant sky, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. And within those 2 streaks of light, there was the aura of a sunshine cultivator. Was Mount Fangsuan invaded? Lu Yi immediately had such a thought, but he soon realized that he was wrong, because one of the 2 sunshine cultivators suddenly shouted, Qin Xianhai, you stubborn old man, when will you be enlightened? As she finished speaking, another earth-shattering sound rang out. Then another dignified voice rang out. The ancestral teachings are the ancestral teachings. If we don't respect the ancestral teachings, how can there be ethics? Lu Yi was dumbfounded. Even Thought Moon Immortal was stunned. Junior brother, this is... The corners of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. It seems that Haitang's master has attacked the Cloud Sea Peak. This woman was fierce. Lu Yi also had the idea of attacking Cloud Sea Peak. Of course, it was just a thought. Who knew that Su Yuqing not only had such thoughts, but also did it? And from the conversation between the 2, it was clear that a conflict had arisen because of the Thought Moon Immortal. Just now, he had been chatting with Nian Yuxian about this. Nian Yuxian had suspected that he had not used his full strength, but from the looks of it, that did not seem to be the case. He had saved Haitang, yet Su Yuqing was willing to shed all pretense of cordiality with Chen Xianhai in order to help Haitang repay him for saving her life. It would be too much to say that she did not go all out. Haitang's master was very responsible. Indeed, to be able to raise a disciple like Haitang, her master was not bad either. She was serious about it. The 3 Sunshine Immortals were the 3 pillars of Mount Fengsuan. How many years had it been since they had fought, let alone fought like this? For a moment, countless cultivators on Mount Fengsuan and Thousand Spirit Peaks revealed worried expressions. They did not understand what was going on. In the midst of the fierce battle, the aura of another Sunshine Immortal appeared. It was Wu Qima. He shouted from afar, "Please stop, the 2 of you. If there's anything, let's sit down and talk. There's no need to fight like this." Su Yuqing's angry voice rang out. This stubborn old man doesn't understand the ways of the world. He's stubbornly clinging to the teachings of his ancestors. Today, I'll enlighten him. Chen Xianhai was not to be outdone. If the teachings of our ancestors can be broken, then there will be no rules in the future. Calm down, the 2 of you. There are so many disciples below watching us make a fool of ourselves. Wu Qima tried to smooth things over. Another Sunshine Immortal joined the battle, seemingly wanting to stop the fight. As a result, the situation became even more chaotic. The entire Mount Fengsuan was filled with the aura of the Sunshine Immortals. Fortunately, the 3 of them had restrained themselves, so there were no serious consequences. In the valley, Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal watched in silence. After a long while, Thought Moon Immortal sighed. "Junior brother, I'm afraid I've wronged Master Haitang. For others to fight so hard for their own matters, it meant that they had really done their best and given it their all." Lu Yi nodded silently. He could not help but feel a trace of guilt in his heart. He secretly decided to thank Master Haitang properly when he returned. Whether this matter succeeded or not, Su Yuqing's character was irreproachable. In the entire Mount Fengsuan, almost everyone knew that the 3 Sunshine Immortals were fighting in a chaotic battle. However, no one saw that 3 figures stood quietly above the clouds. They were Su Yuqing, Qin Xianhai, and Wu Qima. The ones fighting below were not their true bodies, but their personal talismans. Qin Xianhai frowned. He had a helpless expression. "Fellow Taoist Su, is there a need to go to this extent? It's not like we can't talk to him directly." Su Yuqing smiled. "It might be possible to talk to him directly, but there's no guarantee that he won't use his full strength. After all, this is a matter of the human tribe. It has nothing to do with him. If we put on a show and let him know of my sincerity, it'll be easy to talk to him about this matter." Qin Xianhai sighed. "It's a pity that I've been famous all my life. After this matter, he might really be called a stubborn old man." Wu Qima chuckled from the side. "The 3 of us have joined forces to put on a show here. We've given that kid enough face. If he dares to say no later, I'll twist his head off." Su Yuqing sighed. "In the end, it's because the juniors are useless. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. It was also because the Black Abyss Martial Arts exhibition ground was too important. Otherwise, the 3 of them would not have to go through so much trouble. They could only hope that things would develop according to their original plan. One of them was playing the bad cop, while the other was playing the good cop. Although the method was a little old-fashioned, it was too realistic, so the effect was not bad." Wu Qima said, "But Taoist Su, in this case, you'll really have to accompany Haitang. Are you willing to?" Su Yuqing said, "I still say the same thing. If Haitang can really become a good match with him, it won't be a bad thing for Haitang. Just wait and see. In the future, this kid will definitely become a great person." Moreover, Haitang herself did not reject this matter. She had asked Haitang before, otherwise, she would not have done this. If her own disciple was unwilling, she would not force her. The battle between the two sunshine cultivators finally ended under Wu Qima's mediation. Su Yuqing left behind some harsh words and flew back to the immortal spirit mountain angrily. In the valley, Lu Yi and Nian Yuxian looked at each other, not knowing what to say. After a long while, Lu Yi said, "I have to find a chance to thank Senior Su." Nian Yuxian nodded silently. "I'll go with you later. If this matter really doesn't work out, there's no need to force it. It's just 100 years. It was originally not a big deal, but now it caused the sunshine cultivators of Fengcun Mountain to start fighting among themselves." Both Lu Yi and Nian Yuxian felt uncomfortable. The two of them did not know that this was a show targeted at them. It could only be said that the older the ginger, the spicier it was, especially for sunshine cultivators. If they were willing to put down their pride and put on a show, Lu Yi and Nian Yuxian, who were in the constellation realm, would not be able to see through any flaws. The universe was so treacherous, and danger was everywhere. One day later, Haiteng came. Lu Yi and Nian Yuxian received her together and asked about what happened yesterday. Haiteng told them the truth. In fact, she didn't know much. Su Yuqing didn't tell her about all of her plans because Su Yuqing knew her disciple's character. In the face of a savior like Lu Yi, she couldn't hide anything. Therefore, Haiteng's knowledge was limited. She only knew that her master fought with Chen Xianhai yesterday and was pulled away by Wu Qima. Lu Yi sighed. "I've troubled Senior Su. Senior Sister Haiteng, may I trouble you to inform Senior Su that I'd like to pay her a visit and thank her in person?" Haiteng said, "There's no hurry. I'm actually here to tell you something. It concerns fellow Taoist Nian's fate." "Is there a change in the situation?" Lu Yi was shocked. If that was the case, then Su Yuqing's actions yesterday were not useless. After the battle yesterday, Su Yuqing left behind some harsh words and returned to the immortal spirit mountain. He thought that there was no hope. "Yes." Haiteng nodded. "I'd like to hear the details." Lu Yi looked at her attentively. Haiteng glanced at him, and a bashful expression flashed across her eyes. Lu Yi did not notice it, but Nian Yuxian saw it clearly. She was puzzled. She did not know what Haiteng wanted to say and why she was so bashful. Calming her mind, Haiteng said Master and Marshal Uncle Chin had a discussion yesterday and finally reached an agreement. That is, if Junior Marshal Brother Lu is willing to help Mount Fengcun, he can bring fellow Taoist Nian away regardless of the outcome. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and did not immediately agree. Instead, he said cautiously, "If it's within my ability, then there's no problem. However, if it's beyond my ability, then I can only refuse." Haiteng said, "Naturally, it's within Junior Brother Lu's ability. Moreover, there won't be any danger to your life." Lu Yi smiled and said, "Then I'd like to hear it. There was actually such a good thing." Sure enough, Su Yuqing's actions yesterday were not in vain. It's like this. In another 2 months, Mount Fengcun's Black Abyss Martial Arts Exhibition, which is held once every 50 years, will begin. Among the people originally scheduled for this world, one of them encountered a problem in his cultivation and is unable to participate. Therefore, there's a shortage of people. Marshal Uncle Chin said that if you're willing to help make up the numbers, then he'll agree to let you take fellow Taoist Nian away. So difficult. This plot has 3 directions. I have to think about which direction to go. Chapter 1322. The Black Abyss Martial Arts Exhibition? Fighting with others? Lu Yi asked. As long as it was called a martial arts exhibition, it would definitely be related to fighting. If that was the case, Lu Yi would definitely have no problems. However, he would have to find out the level of his opponent first. If he was asked to fight against Yu Yao, he would have no chance at all. It's not just fighting. The Black Abyss Martial Arts Exhibition has a very complicated set of rules, Haiteng explained. However, it's true that your life won't be in danger. Senior Apprentice Sister Haiteng, please explain in detail, Lu Yi said. This was an opportunity that Su Yuqing and Chen Xianhai had exchanged for by shedding all pretense of cordiality. He naturally had to cherish this opportunity. Haitang immediately told Lu Yi about the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition. Junior apprentice brother Lu, you must have noticed before entering Mount Fangsuan. Our Mount Fangsuan isn't complete. Lu Yi nodded. At that time, he had indeed noticed this because Mount Fangsuan clearly showed signs of being broken. After Haitang's explanation, he realized that he hadn't seen wrongly. The complete Mount Fangsuan could be said to be a supreme treasure of the starry skies. It was extremely mysterious. However, for some reason, it was split into 3 parts. The realm that Haitang was in was considered the eastern part of Mount Fangsuan. There were also 2 other divisions in the south and west, both of which were called Mount Fangsuan. Moreover, the people living in these 2 divisions were the Minimen race, each of them drifting about in the starry skies. Lu Yi didn't know what kind of foundation the other top-grade realms had, but when he looked at this realm, although there were many constellations and moon fairies, the number of sunshine was obviously low. There were only 3 of them. This actually didn't match the foundation of a top-grade realm. There were a few large-scale realms that had more sunshine than this realm. However, in reality, the strength of the Minimen race had been split into 3 because of Mount Fangsuan. If Mount Fangsuan was complete, the Minimen race would have no less than 10 Sunshine Realm cultivators. This was already the standard of a top-grade realm. There was also another mysterious thing. Although Mount Fangsuan was split into 3 parts, each of them drifting about in the starry skies, in reality, the connection between them would never be broken due to distance. Simply put, even though Mount Fangsuan was a supreme treasure of the starry skies, in reality, there was still a mysterious connection between them. Using this method, the various divisions could easily contact each other. If they paid a certain price, they could even teleport cultivators to each other. The Blood Tribe had once set their sights on this realm, and when this realm passed through a certain region of the starry sky, they launched a surprise attack with a large number of powerful beings. If this realm had only relied on the strength of this realm, then that battle would have definitely been disastrous. However, because they received timely support from the other 2 tribes, they were still able to force the Blood Tribe into retreat in that battle. Moreover, they also made the Blood Tribe pay an extremely heavy price. It was also after that battle that no other race dared to have designs on Mount Fangsuan in the vast starry skies. On the surface, they only needed to deal with 1 unit, but once the battle started, they would have to deal with 3 units. Who could withstand that? When the miniature humans encountered external enemies, they were able to quickly unite as one. It was because everyone knew that even if the Fangsuan mountain was split into 3 parts, it would still maintain a mysterious connection. If one part of the mountain was taken over by an external race, then the remaining 2 parts wouldn't have a good ending either. At that time, they would only be defeated one by one. However, there were also some internal conflicts within the lesser humans. They were fighting over the foundation of the domain. Mount Fangsuan was originally a single entity, and its foundation was fixed. However, after it was split into 3 parts, its foundation was divided along with the division of the domain. Most importantly, this division wasn't fixed in stone. Due to that extremely mysterious and undetectable connection, Mount Fangsuan's foundation was like a flowing river. It would occasionally flow to the east, the south, and the west. This caused the distribution of the foundation to be unevenly distributed. More importantly, the flow of the foundation could be controlled by humans. A domain's foundation was directly related to the domain's level and strength. Even if everyone was from the miniature humans, none of them would wish for their domain's foundation to be weak. Hence, many tens of thousands of years ago, an extremely intense and long battle broke out between the 3 miniature humans of Mount Fangsuan. This battle was not a common battle. It was a battle between the powerful beings of the various tribes over the domain's foundation. In such a battle, the powerful beings of the 3 tribes did not even need to meet each other. They all stayed within their own domains and controlled the flow of the domain's foundation. It was like how the villagers in the mortal world fought for water during a drought. Everyone dug a reservoir in front of their own door. While they tried their best to preserve the water in their own reservoir, they also had to steal from the reservoirs of the other two houses. This was a method of battle that outsiders had never seen before. Haitang did not know what the final outcome was because many years had passed. However, that battle lasted for more than a century. During that century, whether it was Rizhao, Yuyao, or Xingxiu, all of them went into battle. The cultivators of the entire tribe were delayed because of this. It was rumored that the miniature humans were not on good terms with each other. This attracted the attention of the Blood Tribe, and a war broke out between them and the Blood Tribe. With that battle as the catalyst, the three tribes finally had the chance to sit down and have a good discussion. They decided on the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition. It could be said that this was a historical event that had been passed down for a very long time in the history of the little human race. It was held every 50 years, and during the martial arts exhibition in the Black Abyss, the various tribes of the little human race would imitate their ancestors and compete for the foundation of their domain, so that their domain would enjoy better treatment in the next 50 years. The stronger the domain's foundation, the purer and richer the world's spiritual energy would be, making it more convenient for the cultivators at the bottom to cultivate. The domain would also produce more spiritual ores, spiritual herbs, and even spiritual jades. Therefore, the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition that was held every 50 years could be said to be the most important matter for the three miniature humans. And the most recent Black Abyss martial arts exhibition would begin in 2 months. This kind of thing was undoubtedly very novel to Lu Yi and Nian Yuxian, who were born in the 9 regions. Although the 9 regions was not bad now, it was still inferior to the domain formed by a starry sky treasure like Mount Fengsuan. Therefore, Lu Yi asked, "This Black Abyss martial arts exhibition, is it only for Constellation Realm cultivators? Otherwise, why would they find him?" Haitang nodded. The ancestors who set this rule all agreed that the number and quality of the constellations can best reflect the strength of a domain. Moreover, the environment of the Black Abyss is special. Only upper realm cultivators can move around there. Therefore, this rule was set. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. The strength of a domain could indeed be seen from the number and quality of the constellations. No matter what, the constellations were all in the starry sky. Of course, there should be other considerations. At the very least, it was not suitable for Sunshine Realm cultivators to participate in such a thing. The martial arts exhibition was held once every 50 years. If only Sunshine Realm cultivators participated, they would probably get tired of it. The Yu Jade Realm was also not good. The battle would cause too much of a commotion. Therefore, the constellations were the best choice. If it's a martial arts exhibition, how many people would each tribe send? Lu Yi asked again. He faintly realized one thing, which was that the number of people sent should not be too small, because Haitang previously said that a constellation that was scheduled to participate in the martial arts exhibition had a problem, and there was a shortage of people. As a top-level domain, Mount Fengsuan could be said to have a lot of constellations. If it were not for the large number of people who needed to participate, how could there be a shortage of people? 9 people. Lu Yi couldn't help but frown. It didn't make sense. How could Mount Fengsuan not be able to gather 9 constellations? One must know that there were almost 1,000 constellations in the 9 regions. Of course, this was related to the special situation of the 9 regions. As a newly promoted large-scale domain, there would naturally be a period of eruption of constellations. This was caused by the accumulation of too many spirit, see experts. However, once this eruption period passed, the frequency of constellations being born in the 9 regions would greatly decrease. In the end, it would maintain a stable state. Seeming to have seen through his doubts, Haitang explained, although there are only 9 people, not every constellation has the qualifications to participate. The Black Abyss is an extremely special place. In a person's lifetime, they can only enter once. A constellation that has entered once cannot enter a second time, no matter what. Therefore, generally speaking, the constellations that enter the Black Abyss to participate in the martial arts exercise are all newly promoted in the last 50 years. Lu Yi was enlightened. This explained it. Although there were many constellations in this domain, there were very few who were qualified to enter the Black Abyss. This was because the constellations that were promoted 50 years ago had basically all entered the Black Abyss. However, he quickly realized a problem. This matter can't be absolute, right? If 10 or more constellations were born in this domain in the last 50 years, then only 9 would need to enter. 1 or 2 would need to wait for the next 50 years to enter. That's right. Therefore, most of the clansmen who participate in the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition are in the early stage of the constellation. A few are in the middle stage of the constellation. Occasionally, there would be a late stage of the constellation. Lu Yi nodded. Under such rules, there would indeed be more cultivators in the early stage of the constellation. This also showed the difference in the foundation of the 3 divisions of Mount Fengsuan. The stronger the foundation and the more constellations there were, the more opportunities there were to choose from. The probability of a late-stage cultivator participating in the martial arts exhibition was also higher. The performance of the main division has always been poor. Lu Yi faintly sensed that they were almost unable to gather enough people to participate in the martial arts exhibition. Clearly, their foundation was not enough. In other words, in the last 50 years, there were no constellations left in the main division that could be used. In the last 50 years, only 9 constellations were born. This was just enough to meet the requirements of the martial arts exhibition. Haitang blushed slightly and lowered her head. Basically, we're always at the bottom. In the competition between the 3 divisions, it was fine to be at the bottom once or twice. However, if they were at the bottom every time over time, it would inevitably affect the development of the entire domain's cultivation system. When that time came, there would be a vicious cycle where they would become weaker and weaker, and there would be less and less people to participate in the martial arts exhibition. Of course, the main division was not always at the bottom. 200 years ago, they were lucky enough to take second place. However, it was not of much use. To improve the overall environment of a domain, a mere 50 years was not enough. After listening to Haitang's explanation, Lu Yi knew that this matter was of great importance to the main division. If not for this, that stubborn old man Chen Xianhai would not have agreed so easily. Chapter 13:23. As for why he was chosen instead of the other foreign constellations imprisoned in Mount Fengsuan, Lu Yi guessed that it had something to do with his performance on Spectre Ship. Haitang couldn't have hidden what happened on Spectre Ship from Su Yuqing, and Chen Xianhai had probably heard about it as well. After all, Spectre Ship's test was extremely harsh, and if he could pass it, it must be extraordinary in the eyes of others. No problem, I'll agree. After learning about the Black Abyss drill, Lu Yi agreed without hesitation. There was no reason not to agree. It was nothing more than a competition under some complicated rules, and the participants were only constellations, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Haitang's head was still lowered, and she said softly, "There's one more thing I need to clarify with junior apprentice brother." Haitang's face suddenly reddened, and she hesitated for a moment before saying, "The Black Abyss is a bit special. Us lesser humans can enter freely, but if other races want to enter, they must possess the aura of our lesser humans or they can't enter, and naturally can't participate in the drill." Lu Yi didn't understand. Possess the aura of your lesser humans? How can that be done? While he was still puzzled, Thought Moon Immortal, who had been silent all this time, suddenly understood. She carefully looked at Haitang's face and said lightly, "Dual cultivation." A woman's mind was more sensitive than a man's, and with Haitang's current state, Thought Moon Immortal immediately guessed. Lu Yi turned to look at her, surprised by Thought Moon Immortal's shocking words. Unexpectedly, Haitang actually nodded her head, her face so red it looked like blood was about to seep out. That's right, so Master's intention is, junior apprentice brother, Lu can find a suitable Tao companion in the immortal spirit peak, and then cultivate with that person, and then you can enter the black abyss. She stuttered as she spoke, and Lu Yi was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why the topic suddenly changed to this. On the side, Thought Moon Immortal's lips curled up, and she smiled meaningfully. Junior apprentice brother Lu, think about it carefully. Once you've decided, send me a message. With that, Haitang fled as fast as she could. Lu Yi raised his hand, wanting to stop her and ask her a few more questions. But after thinking about it, he gave up. His face was full of worry. They were just talking about the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition. So how did they end up talking about Tao companions? Nian Yuxian looked at him from the side and said, I really have to congratulate junior martial brother. To think that there would be such a good thing. Lu Yi said snappily, Senior martial sister, don't tease me. How is this a good thing? Isn't it a good thing to have a Taoist companion for free? I didn't say I was going to agree. Lu Yi argued. Nian Yu Immortal was surprised. Is Haitang's beauty not worthy of junior brother's attention? Lu Yi felt a headache coming on. This has nothing to do with looks. Besides, they only said that I can choose a Tao companion on the immortal spirit peak. They didn't say that I have to choose her. Thought Moon Immortal snorted lightly. In this huge immortal spiritual peak, you only know Haitang. If you really want to choose a Tao companion, who else can it be other than her? Could it be that he had to choose Su Yuqing? If I'm not wrong, Su Yuqing's original words must be that she hoped you could become Tao companions with Haitang. It's just that Haitang is shy, so she changed her words when it came to you. Lu Yi naturally thought of this layer. Otherwise, Haitang wouldn't have suddenly blushed when they were talking just now. However, Lu Yi had never thought about choosing a Tao companion on the immortal spirit peak to cultivate with. It wasn't that he didn't have any thoughts about beautiful women. Ever since he had sex with Hua Xiai, Lu Yi already knew the wonderful taste of it. However, if he really made such a choice, what would he do in the future? Since they were Tao companions, they should never leave each other. However, he had to return to the 9 regions. Could it be that he had to bring Haitang back to the 9 regions? He reckoned that Su Yuqing wouldn't agree. Similarly, Haitang might not be willing to leave her home. However, Lu Yi was also unwilling to stay on the Fengsuan mountain. Therefore, this matter of Tao companions was really a bit difficult. Frowning, Lu Yi muttered, Senior martial sister, don't you think this matter is strange? Nian Yu Immortal snorted. At least you're not confused by beauty. It seems that you've also noticed it. So senior martial sister also has such thoughts. Lu Yi originally thought that he was thinking too much, but now it seemed that he wasn't thinking too much. It was really the case. The Mini-Man clan's Black Abyss martial arts exhibition had been decided long ago. Now, there were only less than 2 months left before such a big event. Su Yuqing asking him to choose a Tao companion at this time to help him participate in the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition was a bit hasty. What do you think is strange? Nian Yu Immortal asked. Lu Yi said, previously I wanted to take senior martial sister away. That Chun Xuanhai's condition was to let senior martial sister find a Tao companion here. This way, you won't be an outsider and won't be restricted by the ancestral teachings. In the end, we refused and then turned around and actually asked me to choose a Tao companion. In this way, did the Miniman clan originally want senior martial sister to participate in the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition? It didn't work out, and then they set their sights on me. Nian, you immortal, slowly shook her head. It shouldn't be like this. I'm just a newcomer to the constellation, and my foundation is not stable yet. It's impossible that Chun Xianhai didn't see it. If I participate in the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition, what can I achieve? The Black Abyss martial arts exhibition is a huge matter to the Mini-Man clan. There's no need for them to choose a participant so hastily. Lu Yi thought about it and felt that it was true. Then I'm overthinking it, Nianyu Immortal said. Have you ever thought that Chen Xianhai asking me to choose a Dao companion is just a trick? What do you mean? Just like when you go to buy something, the seller will first give you a price that you will definitely refuse, and then give you a price that you can accept. Which one will you choose? Lu Yi came to a realization. Asking Nianyu Immortal to choose a Dao companion was a price that she would definitely refuse, and asking him to choose a Dao companion was a price that he could accept. After all, men and women were not the same. It had to be said that such a trick was effective, because when Lu Yi heard Haitang mention this matter, he seriously considered it, but in the end he felt that it was not appropriate. Of course, now was not the time to give Haitang a clear reply. If that was the case, then Chan Xianhai did not take the matter seriously when he asked Nianyu Immortal to choose a Dao companion in the Mini-Man clan. This was because he knew that Nianyu Immortal would not agree. That was just a price that he put out to make her refuse. From then on, he had already had his eyes on him. Nianyu Immortal's spiritual will surged, and she quietly transmitted her voice. Junior brother, do you think that Master Haitang knows about all these twists and turns? Lu, you wanted to say that she probably did not know, but on second thought, there were only 3 great sons in the main division. After interacting with each other for so many years, they knew each other very well. He was afraid that Su Yuqing would know what Chen Xianhai was about to say. How could Su Yuqing not know about Chen Xuanhai's schemes? He suddenly recalled something. When he first came to the main domain, Haitang had brought him to the Immortal Spirit Peak to visit Su Yuqing. Halfway there, Haitang had suddenly disappeared and a fat man had appeared to block their path and fought with him. The other party did not seem to have any ill intentions and was just purely testing him. It was obvious that he was testing his strength. Later, when he met Su Yuqing again, this woman also asked him many miscellaneous questions, including the matter of Dao companions. These various signs, if looked at individually, naturally did not make much of a difference, but if they were connected together, there was a lot of room for imagination. Lu Yao could still remember the obvious look of appreciation in Su Yuqing's eyes when he paid his respects to her. Looking back now, it did not seem like the simple appreciation of her disciple's savior, but more like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. I've fallen into their trap. Lu Yi slowly came to his senses. It was probably not only Chen Xianhai who had their eyes on him, or rather, it was not Chen Xianhai who had their eyes on him, but Su Yuqing. If that was really the case, then the fierce battle between Su Yuqing and Chen Xianhai was somewhat thought-provoking. Sure enough, one could not just look at the surface when these old fellows did things. Lu Yi faintly regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have performed very poorly when he fought with the fatty halfway up the Immortal Spirit Peak. That way, he would have saved a lot of trouble later. It was precisely because his performance was not bad that he was targeted. But at that time, although he had sensed that the fatty blocking the way was a test, he had mistakenly thought that he had to pass this test to continue climbing the peak. So how could he restrain himself? Generally speaking, the headquarters of a human clan did not have any malicious intentions towards him. This Lu Yi could feel, but to be schemed against like this, more or less did not feel good. Senior sister, why don't I just find a girl from the Immortal Spirit Peak? Anyway, I won't lose out. Lu Yi said, if you can pass the test in your heart, naturally you can, I won't stop you. Thought Moon Immortal curled her lips. What test in my heart? When the time comes, I'll just pull up my pants and be a passerby. Lu Yi straightened his neck. Nian Yuxian looked at him with a smile that was not a smile, and said encouragingly, then go, I'll wait for your good news. I'll go. Lu Yi angrily flew into the sky and went straight to the Immortal Spirit Peak. But after flying a short distance, he turned around and flew back. What did you lose? Did you lose your sense of shame? Thought Moon Immortal looked at him mockingly. Lu Ye's face reddened. "I've thought about it carefully. This is indeed not very good. Let me think about it again." He went into his room, opened a restriction, and concentrated on thinking. Thought Moon Immortal looked in his direction, pondered for a moment, then took out her own sound talisman and sent out a message. The sound talisman was refined for her by Lu Yi. The people she could contact now were limited. Aside from Lu Yi, there was only Haitang. She had already exchanged contact imprints with Haitang before. She quickly received a reply and flew up to the sky. At the foot of the Immortal Spirit Peak, Thought Moon Immortal saw Haitang waiting there and nodded slightly. "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist." Haitang's expression was not very natural. Although she had previously told Lu Yi that he could choose any girl from the Immortal Spirit Peak to be his Taoist companion, the real meaning behind her words was believed to be understood by Thought Moon Immortal and Lu Yi. After all, they were not idiots. Chapter 1324. Haitang did not expect that her master's seemingly casual talk about becoming Tao companions would become reality so soon. She did not reject the idea of becoming Tao companions with Lu Yi. No matter what, her life was saved by Lu Yi. If Lu Yi had not taken her out of the Spectre ship, she would not be who she was today. What did it matter if she gave herself to him? Moreover, Lu Yi gave her a good impression. If she really became Tao companions with Lu Yi, then Thought Moon Immortal would be part of her in-laws. Haitang naturally felt a little uncomfortable facing her now. She did not ask what Lu Yi had decided. She was too embarrassed to ask, so she silently flew up with Thought Moon Immortal. However, she could clearly feel that Thought Moon Immortal behind her was examining her from head to toe, like a sister-in-law examining her future sister-in-law. She wanted to see if she had wide hips and big buttocks, and if she would be able to bear children in the future. Haitang felt more and more uncomfortable with her thoughts running wild. Fortunately, Thought Moon Immortal sensed it. She flew 2 steps forward and walked side by side with her. She took the initiative to say, "Lu Yi is still thinking. I don't know what decision he will make. However, fellow Taoist Haitang, I hope that no matter what decision he makes, it will not affect your friendship. It is not easy to cross paths in this vast starry sky." Haitang kept nodding. "I understand what you mean. No matter what decision junior brother Lu makes, I have no problems on my side." Thought Moon Immortal smiled. "Fellow Taoist is a good woman." After a few words of chit-chat, Haitang relaxed and was no longer as reserved as before. They were all women, so there was naturally a lot to talk about. After chatting for a while, they reached the top of Immortal Spirit Peak. "Master is inside. Fellow Taoist, please go ahead. I have already reported to Master." "Thank you." Thought Moon Immortal thanked her and walked towards the main hall. Entering the main hall, she saw a woman in white sitting inside. She bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Senior." Su Yuqing nodded slightly and gestured with her hand. "Sit." Thought Moon Immortal sat down. Without waiting for Su Yuqing to speak, she said bluntly, "I came here to ask Senior a question." Lu Yi did not care about some things, but as Lu Ye's senior sister, she had to find out for Lu Yi first. Otherwise, she would not have come to visit Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing looked at her with interest. "What is it?" Nianyu Immortal said. "If that junior brother of mine really does choose a Tao companion in the Immortal Spirit Peak, does that mean that he'll have to stay on Mount Inner Heart to cultivate in the future?" Su Yuqing thought that she was going to ask a more pointed question, but she didn't expect it to be this. She smiled slightly and said, "The Little People tribe is very generous to our friends and guests. All of our friends and guests can come and go freely. Our Little People tribe will not interfere at all." However, Thought Moon Immortal wasn't satisfied with her answer. She shook her head and said, "If he really chose a Tao companion here, then he wouldn't be a friend nor a guest. He would be half a member of Mount Fengsuan." Now that he thought about it, that was indeed the case. Su Yuqing said seriously, When the time comes, if he is willing to stay in our domain, he can stay. If not, he can leave with his Taoist companion. I will not stop him. Thought Moon Immortal's gaze was threatening. Even if he chose fellow Taoist Haidang? Su Yuqing nodded. Even if he chose Haidang. Of course, whether Haidang is willing to leave with him is also up to her. Although I am her master, I will not order her to do anything. Thought Moon Immortal said, Senior is a good master. Su Yuqing laughed self-deprecatingly. If I was really a good master, I would not use my own disciple to scheme against him. She didn't say it clearly, but she knew that Thought Moon Immortal could understand. In fact, the fact that Thought Moon Immortal came to the Immortal Spirit Peak at this time already explained many things. However, they were all cultivators. There were some things that needed to be known and didn't need to be pointed out. Su Yuqing sighed. No matter what, the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition matches are the most important thing to our domain. If not for the lack of talents in our domain, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. She changed the topic and said seriously, however, there is one thing that I still need to tell you. Although I use my own disciple to scheme against him, not just anyone has the qualifications for me to scheme against him. Haitang is a very good child. If she can find a good home because of this, as her master, I will also be gratified. Thought Moon Immortal's eyes flashed. On the way here, I specially asked fellow Taoist Haitang about the battle of the deity Sea of the reincarnation tree. However, fellow Taoist Haitang said that the situation here at Mount Fengsuan is special. There is no clone of the reincarnation tree, so the human clan did not participate in such a grand event and did not know much about the previous battle of the deity Sea. Did fellow Taoist Haitang lie to me? Su Yuqing looked at Thought Moon Immortal with admiration. Lady, you are also very intelligent. I can't believe you actually thought of this. Nian Yuxian said, It's not that I'm intelligent, it's just that I don't understand. That junior brother of mine is only at the early stage of the constellation realm. How can he be valued so highly by all of you? You're even thinking of ways to get him to help participate in the Black Abyss exhibition matches. You're even willing to let your own disciple become his Tao companion. Aren't you afraid of entrusting him to the wrong person? Senior, how can you be sure that once fellow Taoist Haidang and my junior brother become Tao companions, you'll really have a good home? Haidang did not lie to you. Su Yuqing explained. In fact, even Chen Xianhai and Wu Qima did not know about the previous battle of the deity Sea. I only knew about it because of a coincidence. Thought Moon Immortal understood. So when Haitang brought him back, Senior already knew that my junior brother was Lu Ye from the Nine Heavens realm. In the battle of the deity Sea, he was able to suppress everyone with a cultivation that was weaker than everyone else. Even those monstrous geniuses from the top realms could not compete with him. Such a junior is rare. If Haitang follows him, she will definitely not be wrong. So he is qualified to participate in the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition matches. If that's the case, Junior understands. Thought Moon Immortal nodded slightly. This conversation with Su Yuqing had solved the biggest doubt in her heart. In the end, it was still caused by Lu Ye being in the limelight at the reincarnation tree. Slowly getting up, Thought Moon Immortal bowed again. Thank you for clearing my doubts, Senior. Junior will take her leave. Wait a moment. Su Yuqing stopped her. According to your understanding of your junior brother, what choice do you think he will make? Thought Moon Immortal thought for a moment and said, Actually, we are not from the same sect, so I don't know him that well. But if I were to make a bold guess, I think he will reject this matter. Su Yuqing frowned. He won't lose anything. Why would he reject it? If he agreed to this matter, he would pick up a Tao companion who was as beautiful as a flower and had a decent cultivation. Moreover, he would be able to mend his relationship with the lesser humans forever. Where else could he find such a good thing? Conscience. Thought Moon Immortal smiled slightly. He indeed won't lose anything. But if he really agrees, then where should he go? Staying at Mount Fengsuan is not his wish. He definitely won't have the heart to take fellow Taoist Haitang away. After all, to the lesser humans, Mount Fongsuan is their home. Who would be willing to leave home and follow an outsider to another realm? Senior, junior brother has told me about the Spectre ship before. You also know the choice he made in the end. If he is a heartless person, he could have chosen a treasure to take away instead of fellow Taoist Haitang. Thought Moon Immortal left briskly, leaving Su Yuqing frowning and muttering to herself. After all her calculations, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have missed out on one thing. That was Lu Yi's own moral standards. This was originally a shining point of human nature, but now it had become the biggest obstacle in her calculations. It had to be said that it was extremely laughable. But then again, if Lu Yi did not have such a shining point, Haitang would not have been able to escape safely, and there would not have been any subsequent events. This matter was somewhat contradictory, but the more it was like this, the more she hoped that Haitang could become Dao companions with him, not only for the sake of this Black Abyss martial arts exhibition tournament, but also for Haitang's future. His aptitude was monstrous, his strength was not ordinary, and he was so kind. Where could she find such a man? But now she had to consider another problem. If Lu Yi really rejected her, what should she do? If that was really the case, it meant that all her previous calculations and schemes would be for naught. It was impossible to use force. How could she force a cow to drink water? Moreover, it was indeed unrealistic to use force on a constellation. While she was still thinking, Haitang sent another message, saying that Lu Yi wanted to see her. Had he made a decision? Su Yuqing naturally had no reason to refuse. She also wanted to know if Thought Moon Immortal's bold guess was correct. A moment later, Lu Yi, who had received a reply, flew to the top of Immortal Spirit Peak under Haitang's lead. He did not know that Thought Moon Immortal had already made a trip here before him, because by the time he figured it out and walked out, Thought Moon Immortal had already returned. A moment later, he sat on the praying mat that Thought Moon Immortal had previously sat on. Not far in front of him was Su Yuqing. Have you made a decision? Even with her bright cultivation base, Su Yuqing could not help but feel a little apprehensive when she asked this question. Lu Yi said seriously, yes. Please forgive me, Senior. This junior is willing to help our realm participate in the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition tournament. However, regarding the matter of choosing a Dao companion here, this junior is afraid that I will have to disappoint Senior. May I ask why? Su Yuqing asked. Lu Yi said, since we are Dao companions, we should support each other. If this junior really chooses a Dao companion here, I cannot bear to take her away, nor can I stay to accompany her. I fear that it will be very difficult for me to see her again in the future. If I delay her life like this, I will not feel at ease. It was exactly as Thought Moon Immortal had predicted. Such an answer should be praised, but Su Yuqing would rather Lu Yi give a different answer at this moment. She sighed in her heart and suddenly felt powerless. She looked at Lu Yi with a complicated expression. Unexpectedly, he changed the topic and said, so this junior has thought of a compromise. Senior, please see if it is appropriate. Su Yuqing was curious. What is it? Senior Haitang said that if I want to enter the Black Abyss, I have to have the aura of the hominid tribe. Since that is the case, I don't have to choose a Dao companion, right? I just need to cultivate with a woman from the hominid tribe. Senior, can you see if you can find a suitable widowed candidate for me? This junior has a strong body, so there should be no problem. The corners of Su Yuqing's eyes twitched slightly. She suddenly realized that this kid did not seem to have such a noble character as she had imagined. Chapter 1325. A suitable candidate for widowhood. This was clearly an act of denial. How was a person who could say such shameless words virtuous? If not for the previous incidents, Su Yuqing would have reprimanded him immediately. Do you think that just anyone can fulfill the conditions to cultivate with you? She said in annoyance. If that's the case, there's really no need to go through so much trouble. Lu Yi was deep in thought. Is it necessary to? Su Yuqing nodded. It must be a woman with a pure body. The first time she cultivates with you, she must perform a secret art unique to my hominid tribe. Only then can your body contain the aura of my hominid tribe and fulfill the requirements for entering the Black Abyss. Lu Yi was immediately embarrassed. If that's the case, then this junior has been rude. He had not thought so much before, mainly because he did not know the mysteries behind it. Now, it seemed that he had thought too simply. You can think about it more. There are still 2 months before the martial arts exhibition. There's still plenty of time. Su Yuqing softened her tone. She had no choice, now that she had a request, and this person before her could be said to be the most suitable candidate. She really did not want to give up. Lu Yi shook his head and said, "There's no need to think about it, senior. If this method doesn't work, then forget it. Everything will be done according to the rules of Mount Fangsuan." Su Yuqing said, "You're not worried about that senior sister of yours staying here for 100 years?" Lu Yi smiled slightly. "I believe that the hominid tribe will not harm her. At most, I'll accompany her here for 100 years. 100 years was not a short time even for a constellation. But with Haitang's protection, at least the safety of the missing moon immortal would not be worried. As for him saying that he would accompany the missing moon immortal here for 100 years, it was just retreating in order to advance. Previously, when he had divined with the missing moon immortal, Lu Yi had a rough idea of what was going on behind the scenes, including the fierce battle between Su Yuqing and Chen Xianhai. That was probably a show for him. When acting, there would always be a black face and a red face. It was old-fashioned, but it was the most effective. Therefore, at the end of the day, Chen Xianhai was not a stubborn old man, nor did he insist on adhering to the teachings of his ancestors. It was not too difficult for him to take the Thought Moon Immortal away, but because of the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition in the main domain, Chen Xuanhai's stubborn image would appear in places that wanted him to contribute. It was impossible for the headquarters to really allow him to stay here for 100 years. After the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition tournament, Lu Yi would most likely not encounter any more resistance if he brought up this matter again. At that time, there might even be a scene of Chen Xianhai, that old fool, has gone out to wander and has yet to return, and Su Yuqing secretly sends Lu Yi and Lu Yi out of Mount Fangsuan. He had been thinking about it for a long time in his room. What he was thinking about was not finding a widowed woman to cultivate with, but this problem. Now that he had thought it through, he naturally felt relaxed. Hearing his reply, Su Yuqing looked at him helplessly and finally waved her hand. Lu Yi got up, excused himself, and left. When he returned to the valley, he told the Thought Moon Immortal about this matter. The Thought Moon Immortal indicated that she understood and did not express too much opinion. Lu Yi said that Black Abyss martial arts exhibition tournament probably does not need to worry about. But, senior sister, since we have come to Mount Fangsuan, we can't have come in vain. The Thought Moon Immortal immediately became vigilant. There are 3 great suns in this domain. Don't act recklessly. Lu Yi laughed. Senior sister, what are you thinking? Why would I act recklessly? The Thought Moon Immortal frowned. Then what do you want to do? Just now, Lu Yi looked as if he wanted to be a thief, which gave her a fright. Senior sister may not know, but when I brought senior sister Haitang out of the ghost ship and on the way back to 9, heavens, I sent a message to senior brother Jian Guhong. Senior brother told me to bring Haitang back, because Mount Fangsuan drifts around. In the entire starry sky, the lesser human clan can be considered a knowledgeable race. Senior brother meant that when the time comes, I can ask senior sister Haitang for some general knowledge about the starry sky, which will save us the trouble of exploring it ourselves. At this point, Lu Yi sighed. You know what happened after that. Now that senior sister Haitang has returned to the main domain, it is impossible to bring her back. But since we are here, we can inquire about it ourselves. There must be some ancient records about the starry sky. I have heard Senior Sister Haitang mention this before. The Thought Moon Immortal suddenly understood what Lu Yi wanted to do. She immediately nodded and said, "This is indeed worth investigating, but do you know where to go?" Lu Yi said matter-of-factly, "Find Senior Sister Haitang." He immediately sent a message, and in a short while Haitang came. After telling her his request, Haitang said straightforwardly, "No problem. There is a Rest Abyss Pavilion in the main domain, which records all things related to this. I will take you there." As a newly promoted large domain, the 9 regions now paid special attention to the collection and summary of all kinds of information about the starry sky. Jian Guhong and the others created the 9 regions guard palace because of this consideration. If a newly promoted large domain was like this, there was no reason for a top domain like Mount Fengsuan to not know. The various kinds of information and information they collected were not something that the people of the 9 regions could compare to even if they were to work for dozens of generations. The Rest Abyss Pavilion was the place where these information were stored. It could be said that in the entire Mount Fengsuan's main domain, all cultivators who had been promoted to Constellation had stayed in the Rest Abyss Pavilion for a long time to familiarize themselves with the information recorded by many ancestors in preparation for exploring the starry sky. The Rest Abyss Pavilion was not in the Immortal Spirit Peak, but it was not far from the Immortal Spirit Peak. After all, the main domain was not very big. Immediately, Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal flew out under Haitang's lead. After more than 2 hours, they landed in a valley. In the valley, there was an extremely simple and unadorned hall. Many cultivators were going in and out of it. There were constellation cultivators as well as divine sea cultivators. It seemed very lively. This was the Rest Abyss Pavilion. Outside the pavilion, there was a constellation cultivator guarding it. It was a white-haired old man. Haitang brought the 2 of them forward to greet him. The old man only raised his eyes to look at them, but did not ask anything and happily let them go. For the Sharon clan of the main domain, there were no special requirements to enter the Rest Abyss Pavilion. As long as one's cultivation was sufficient, they could enter at any time. Naturally, there would not be any harsh checks. After leading Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal into the Rest Abyss Pavilion, Lu Yi saw a large row of wooden shelves that were as tall as several people. The wooden shelves were divided into small compartments. Most of the small compartments had a jade slip placed on them, and only a few of them were empty. Haitang introduced to the 2 of them, the Rest Abyss Pavilion is divided into 5 floors. The jade slips on the first floor record all kinds of precious experiences of the ancestors of my Sharon clan when they wandered the starry sky. The second floor records the information of various domains and some star charts. The third floor mainly records the introduction of the major races in the starry sky, as well as a variety of star beasts. As for the 4th floor, it records the wonders of the starry sky. Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal looked around and were dazzled. Although this was not a treasure house and there were not so many dazzling jewels, for the 2 of them and for 9 regions, these things were what they needed most at the moment. From Haitang's introduction, it could be known that the things recorded in the jade slips in the Rest Abyss Pavilion covered almost everything in the starry sky. If they absorbed all this information, they would not dare to say that they would become a know-it-all in the starry sky, but at least they would be able to ensure that the cultivators of 9 regions would not behave like country bumpkins when they wandered the starry sky in the future. What about the 5th floor? Seeing that Haitang did not mention the 5th floor, Lu Yi could not help but ask. The 5th floor records various secret techniques, but it is not the cultivation method, but the characteristics of these secret techniques. They all come from different races and were summarized by the ancestors of my Sharon clan, but Haitang looked at Lu Yi with some embarrassment. Just now, Master sent me a sound transmission, saying that you can't enter the 5th floor unless junior brother Lu has the aura of my Sharon clan. Lu Yi laughed. This Su Yuqing was still trying to make him look bad. It seemed that she had not given up yet. But since he had already made a decision, Lu Yi would not casually change his mind. Although it was not a bad thing to learn more about the secret techniques of various races, and he would be prepared in case he encountered them in the future, how could Lu Yi change his original intention because of this reason? Master also said that the two of you can check and copy the things in the Rest Abyss Pavilion, but you can't take away the original. This is also the rule of the Rest Abyss Pavilion, and even the cultivators of our clan have to abide by it. It is not targeted at the two of you. Lu Yi nodded. Senior Sister Haitang, don't worry, I will not do such a thing, but Senior Sister, do you have a free white jade slip? Although he was equipped with some free white jade slips at all times, the number was not many. The information in the Rest Abyss Pavilion was so huge that if he wanted to copy, he would need a large number of free white jade slips. Haitang pursed her lips and smiled. I will help you prepare more. Thank you, Senior Sister. After Haitang left, Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal stood side by side and discussed carefully. Senior Sister, you go up and I go down, or you go down and I go up. There is no difference, you choose. Thought Moon Immortal expressed that it did not matter. Then I will go up. The 3rd and 4th levels belong to me. The 1st and 2nd levels belong to you. Thought Moon Immortal nodded and warned, check more when you copy. Don't copy some useless or outdated information, so as to avoid misleading the cultivators of this realm. Got it. Lu Yi waved his hand at her and walked up to the 4th floor with light steps. The number of jade slips placed on this floor was obviously less than the 1st floor. In fact, when he passed by the 2nd and 3rd floors, he also checked a little and found that there were not as many jade slips as the 1st floor. This was mainly caused by the different classification. Every jade slip on the 1st floor was equivalent to the lifetime knowledge of at least a Constellation Realm cultivator. Since ancient times, there had been so many Constellation Realm cultivators born in the main realm. Even if only a portion of them left behind traces here, the number was still extremely huge. As for the 2nd to 4th floors, because they recorded specific targets, the number was naturally much smaller. However, this place was still very spacious. Lu Yi sensed a little and found that there were at least 20 cultivators of the human clan here, scattered in different places. Each of them held a jade slip and immersed themselves in investigating. There were deity seas and there were constellation realms. Chapter 1326. Lu Yi scanned the 4th floor with his divine sense and had a plan in mind. He walked straight to the lowest floor, picked up a jade slip and immersed himself in it. Yin Yang Great Millstone. A few large words immediately imprinted into his mind. The jade slips on the 4th floor recorded all kinds of starry sky wonders. There were tens of thousands of them. This jade slip recorded a starry sky wonder called the Yin Yang Great Millstone. It recorded in detail the shape, characteristics, danger level of this starry sky wonder, as well as the methods to deal with it if one accidentally fell into it. It even included the location of this starry sky wonder and the nearby star chart. It could be said that the records were extremely detailed. Lu Yi knew that there were all kinds of wonders in the starry sky. They were the natural result of the evolution of the starry sky, but he had never seen any of them. However, this jade slip recorded the appearance of the Yin Yang Great Millstone countless times smaller. Coupled with the text introduction, Lu Yi could easily imagine the magnificence of this wonder. If he encountered it in the starry sky in the future, he would definitely be able to recognize it at a glance. It had to be said that this kind of thing was really important to Lu Yi and the 9 regions. He couldn't help but think that this kind of information collection place was likely to be found in all the large domains with constellations. The 9 regions had just started, so they were naturally inferior to others. This trip to Fengsun Mountain, not to mention other things, just this trip to the Rest Abyss Pavilion was definitely a huge and unimaginable harvest. What was rare was that the Miniman race didn't keep it to themselves and instead allowed him to come in and see the copy. This was not a treatment that ordinary people could have. Lu Yi didn't know whether it was because he had saved Haitang or because Su Yuqing still wanted him to participate in the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition, but he had to cherish this opportunity. He read it carefully. After he finished reading, he took out a blank jade slip and copied the contents. Then he began to read the second jade slip and did the same thing. While he and Nian Yuxian were busy in the Rest Abyss Pavilion, Chen Xianhai and Wu Qima had already sent messages to Su Yuqing to ask about the situation. Sunshine Realm cultivators like them wouldn't pay too much attention to ordinary matters. But when it came to the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition, they couldn't help but pay attention. The situation in the main domain continued to be low. As the three pillars of the inner domain, they all had responsibilities that couldn't be shirked. They also wanted to fight back. Every time after the martial arts practice, Rizhao from the other two divisions would mock and ridicule them, which made them very angry. No matter what, they had to improve the situation of their domain in the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition grounds. This had almost become a sore point for them. Unfortunately, the younger generation did not live up to their expectations, and they could only sigh helplessly. This was a rare opportunity as well as an unexpected coincidence. Naturally, they would take it to heart. Soon, the two of them received a response from Su Yuqing, telling them that everything was going according to plan and that there was no need to worry. Only then were the two of them satisfied. In the main hall of the Immortal Spirit Peak, Su Yuqing ended her telepathic communication with the other two Rizhao and revealed a hint of worry. She had her own considerations for only reporting the good news and not the bad news. But Lu Ye's unwillingness to find a Tao companion in the Immortal Spirit Peak disrupted her original plans. She couldn't understand why he would refuse such a good thing. Not to mention Lu Ye's great kindness to Haitang, there was also an inexplicable expert standing behind Lu Yi. Su Yuqing didn't want to rashly offend him. If it weren't for these considerations, Su Yuqing would have already used some special means. She was a Rizhao. If she really used force, how could a mere constellation resist? Days passed and 2 months passed in a flash. Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal had returned from Rest Abyss Pavilion. The two of them worked together and directly copied all the jade slips on the upper and lower floors of Rest Abyss Pavilion. Now, Lu Yi was checking the jade slips copied by Thought Moon Immortal, and Thought Moon Immortal was checking the jade slips copied by him. In this way, they could collect all kinds of information about Rest Abyss Pavilion. When they returned to 9 regions in the future, these copied jade slips could be placed in the Guardian Hall for the 9 regions' constellations to read at will. This period of time was very comfortable. Except for Haitang, who came to visit them from time to time, there were no other trivial matters. However, as the date of the Black Abyss martial arts exercise approached, the number of times Haitang appeared became less and less. The last time she came was 10 days ago. At that time, she said that she wanted to go into seclusion for a while to prepare for the exercise. Counting the days, the Black Abyss martial arts exercise should begin in a few days. After the Black Abyss martial arts exercise, Lu Yi felt that he could mention to Su Yuqing about leaving. If his previous inference was correct, Su Yuqing had no reason to force him and Thought Moon Immortal to stay. Although there was no way to help the lesser human race in this matter, Lu Yi couldn't go against his heart and do something he didn't want to do. Right now, there was only one trouble for him. It had been more than 2 months since he came to the headquarters. Fangtsuan Mountain had been moving, and he didn't know where it went. Even if he and Thought Moon Immortal left this place, it would take some effort to find the way home. However, there must be a way when the time comes, so he could only think about it when the time comes. While reading, Su Yuqing's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Lu Yi boy, come to Immortal Spirit Peak." Lu Yi was stunned. Before, she called him nephew, and now she called him boy. It seemed that Su Yuqing was still a little angry that he didn't agree to find a Tao companion in Immortal Spirit Peak. Thought Moon Immortal sensed something and looked up. "What's the matter?" Lu Yi said, "Senior, Su wants me to see her." Thought Moon Immortal frowned. She hasn't given up yet? Lu Yi said, helplessly, it seems so. The martial arts exercise is approaching, and she might want to make a final attempt. I'll go and talk to her in detail. Thought Moon Immortal reminded him. Be polite with your words. Don't offend her. Lu Yi nodded repeatedly. I know, and Senior Su isn't an unreasonable person. However, she was a woman after all. Even if it was sunshine, she was still a little narrow-minded. Otherwise, she wouldn't be secretly angry. From her point of view, he was more or less unappreciative of her kindness. If he was completely unreasonable, he would definitely suffer. However, after 2 encounters, Lu Yi found that Su Yuqing had the demeanor of a great cultivator like Sunshine, so he wasn't worried about this summons. He flew up and headed towards the immortal spirit peak. A moment later, the two were still in the main hall, sitting opposite each other. Su Yuqing looked at him helplessly. If I let you choose again, would you change your mind? Lu Yi shook his head honestly. Su Yuqing's phoenix eyes were filled with anger. What's wrong with Haitang? In terms of cultivation, she's 1 level higher than you. In terms of aptitude, she's also very good, and will definitely become a Yu Yao in the future. Moreover, this disciple of mine has a good figure and looks, so why don't you like her? Lu Yi said sincerely, Senior Sister Haitang is very good. It's not that I don't like her, but there are some things that I can't do. If I really do it, my conscience will not be at ease. Su Yuqing snorted. The Black Abyss martial arts exercise is the most important event in our domain. Everything else has to give way. If you don't agree, then I'll use force. Senior, a forced melon is not sweet. I don't care if it's sweet or not, as long as it quenches my thirst. Lu Yi was speechless. He used to think that Su Yuqing was a reasonable person, but now it seemed that all women, no matter how high their cultivation was, would have times when they were unreasonable. But Senior, even if you really think of a way to send me into the Black Abyss, how can you guarantee that I'll do my best? Su Yuqing's face darkened. This was also her biggest headache. She had indeed considered whether she should use force, but if she really did that, Lu Yi would definitely hold a grudge against her. When the time came, she might as well send another constellation to the Black Abyss. At the very least, they could do their best. Her tone softened a little. Are you really that unwilling? Lu Yi said seriously, It's not that I'm unwilling, it's that I can't. What if you don't need to be responsible for Haitang? Su Yuqing asked again. After the exercise, you can do whatever you want and pretend that Haitang doesn't exist. Lu Yi shook his head. That's too unfair to Senior Sister Haitang. Senior, no master should be like you. The aura of a Sunshine Realm cultivator filled the air. An entire hall seemed to freeze. Su Yuqing stared at Lu Yi. Are you teaching me? Lu Yi only felt the bones in his body creaking, and his body involuntarily bent. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, Junior doesn't dare. Junior has always thought that Senior is a good master, but now it seems that you can't judge a book by its cover. You impudent! Lu Ye's body became even shorter, his forehead almost touching the ground, but he still forced himself to stay upright. His face was red and his neck was thick. Speak what needs to be said and do what is feasible. If there is injustice in the world, as an ant, what's wrong with being presumptuous? The stagnant and vast pressure slowly disappeared, and Lu Yi straightened his body again. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Su Yuqing. It wasn't because of his emotions, but because of the suppression of the other party's pressure. His eyes were bloodshot. Su Yuqing no longer had the anger and malevolence from before. Instead, she looked at him with a faint smile. Do you know that the more you act like this, the more I like you and the more I want you to marry Haitang? Lu Yi looked helpless. Senior, you can't play like this. Su Yuqing sighed. In the end, Haitang doesn't have the fortune. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. Lu Yi took a deep breath. This matter should be considered over, right? Unexpectedly, Su Yuqing changed the topic. However, I still need your help in the exercise of Darkness Abyss. Lu Yi frowned. Senior, you said that you won't force me. You can't slap your own face so quickly, right? Of course not. Su Yuqing snorted. She flipped her hand, and a sparkling and translucent pearl the size of a longan appeared in her palm. Lu Yi looked at it carefully, but he couldn't see anything special about it. However, since it was taken out by a sunshine cultivator, it must be something extraordinary. He humbly asked, Senior, what is this? Chapter 13:27. In the main hall, Lu Yi humbly asked for guidance. He was somewhat puzzled as to why Su Yuqing would suddenly take out such a bead. Hearing his question, an unnatural expression flashed across Su Yuqing's face. You don't need to know what it is. You only need to know that once you swallow this bead, you will be qualified to enter the Black Abyss. Lu Yi was speechless. Since Senior has such means, why go through so much trouble before? She even insisted that he choose a Tao companion in the immortal Spirit Peak. Although she said, so on the surface, if Lu Yi really had to choose, he could only choose Haitang. After that, she kept him in suspense for 2 months. If not for the approaching date of the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition, she probably would not have taken out this bead. Su Yuqing did not look at him. She only looked at the bead in her hand and said indifferently, If so, are you willing to help our domain participate in the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition? Naturally, there is no problem. Lu Yi agreed immediately. Although he felt that after the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition, after leaving, there was a high probability that he would not be obstructed. But since the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition was so important to the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition, he would help if he could. No matter what, he had benefited a lot from this trip to Mount Fongsuan. The jade slips on the 4 floors of Rest Abyss Pavilion were extremely important to the current 9 provinces. After thinking for a while, he said, However, Junior has a request. Speak. After the martial exhibition, this Junior will have to trouble Senior to send me and my senior sister back to the location where my senior sister was trapped in the Fongsuan Mountain. In this way, he would be able to save the trouble of finding the way home. Moreover, he would also be able to save a lot of time. Sure, Su Yuqing readily agreed. This was not difficult for her. She changed the topic. Since you have a request, I also have a request. Junior is all ears. First, you are not allowed to mention this bead to anyone. Second, I will announce to the public that you and Haitang have become Tao companions. Of course, this is fake. I know and Haitang knows. You can tell your senior after leaving Mount Fongsuan. But in Mount Fongsuan, you're not allowed to reveal this to anyone. Lu Yi frowned, somewhat unable to understand what Su Yuqing was up to. Su Yuqing didn't want to explain too much at first, but after thinking for a bit, she still said, Everyone knows that if you want to enter the Black Abyss, you have to have the presence of your own race. If you enter the Black Abyss without a Tao companion, you won't be able to explain it to the outside world. So you have to announce to the outside world that you and Haitang have become Tao companions. You don't have to take this seriously, it's just an excuse. Lu Yi understood and nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. It had to be said that Su Yuqing had considered this aspect very thoroughly. He said worriedly, If that's the case, it won't affect Senior's sister Haitang's reputation, right? What if she wants to become Tao companions with someone in the future? Let's talk about the future in the future. Lu Yi said no more. Su Yuqing continued. There is one more thing I need to make clear to you. You should consider carefully before you decide whether to go to the Black Abyss or not. I believe Haitang has already told you that there is no danger to your life in the Black Abyss. Yes, Haitang did mention this matter, and she also said that the Black Abyss is not just a simple battle, but a competition under a set of complicated rules. Under normal circumstances, there is indeed no danger to your life. After all, it is an internal competition of the lesser race. If there are often deaths, it will be detrimental to the unity of our race. This is the result of the efforts of our ancestors, but also caused by the uniqueness of the Black Abyss. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yi was keenly aware. It is normal for a cultivator of our race to enter the Black Abyss, or someone who has cultivated with a cultivator of our race to enter the Black Abyss with the presence of our race. Lu Yi understood. If I enter the Black Abyss through a trick, it is an abnormal situation. Su Yuqing gently nodded. So if you enter the Black Abyss, everyone else will have an immortal body, but only you will die. Understood. Lu Yi understood. Su Yuqing was surprised. Even so, you're still willing to participate in the Black Abyss's Black Abyss. She had originally thought that even if Lu Yi was willing, he would have to weigh the pros and cons before giving an answer. After all, entering the Black Abyss in the way she planned would put him at a disadvantage compared to others, and it was very likely that he would not agree. Who would have thought that Lu Yi would say that he understood without even thinking about it? What is wrong with this kid? He would rather risk his life than choose a Tao companion in the immortal spirit peak. Lu Yi said, "How can there be anything in this world that is completely free of danger? For example, the Alpha Origin stage is filled with danger. Out of thousands of monsters from different domains, only 100 or so come out alive. The Black Abyss's Black Abyss can't be more dangerous than that, right?" To be honest, although he had long heard from Haitang that the Black Abyss's Black Abyss martial arts practice would not put his life in danger, Lu Yi did not take it seriously, and had never considered this problem in the depths of his heart. To him, if he really participated, he could only give it his all, and would not think too much about the possibility of his life being in danger. As a group of cultivators, the more they thought, the more chaotic their hearts would be. Therefore, those with pure thoughts often did not face too many obstacles on the path of cultivation. Su Yuqing was slightly taken aback, faintly comprehending something, but she could not think of anything specific at the moment. Lu Ye's palm lightened, and the sparkling and translucent bead landed in his hand. He casually pinched it with 2 fingers, but he didn't notice the slightly nervous look in Su Yuqing's eyes, as if the bead was something extremely important to her. Before she could say anything, Lu Yi had already tossed the bead into his mouth like he was eating candy and swallowed it whole. Su Yuqing's expression suddenly became unnatural. Lu Yi did not know what the bead was, and she could not explain it in detail. She could only say, "This bead is very important to me, but it's not for you. After the Black Abyss martial arts practice, remember to return it to me." "Yes," Lu Yi replied, thinking that he had already swallowed it into his stomach. If he spat it out and returned it to her later, wouldn't she be disgusted? But Su Yuqing had said from the very beginning that this thing had to be swallowed. But for a Sun Reflection Realm cultivator to say this bead was obviously extremely important. Otherwise she would not have asked for it back. There are still 5 days until the martial arts practice. Here are the various rules of the martial arts practice. Read through them carefully and familiarize yourself with them. Saying so, Su Yuqing handed Lu Yi a jade slip. Lu Yi received it, but did not immediately examine it. He nodded and said, "Then this junior will take his leave. There's no need to return to Hidden Dragon Valley. Since I want to announce to the outside world that you and Haitang have become Tao companions, it is not appropriate for you to return to Hidden Dragon Valley. Stay here for the time being." This was clearly to give the outsiders a false impression. Lu Yi understood and did not refuse, obeying Su Yuqing's arrangements. Then, under Su Yuqing's guidance, Lu Yi arrived at a secret room and settled him down. Before leaving, Su Yuqing reminded him, "The bead you swallowed requires you to fully refine it for 5 days. Only then will you have the qualifications to enter Black Abyss." "This junior understands," Lu Yi replied seriously. Su Yuqing left, and Lu Yi activated the restrictions of the secret room. He sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to refine the bead he swallowed while immersing himself in the contents of the jade slip. Half a day later, Lu Yi had already memorized the various rules of the martial arts practice in Black Abyss. Although Haitang said that the martial arts practice was a competition under specific and complicated rules, no matter how complicated these rules were, for a star constellation realm cultivator like him, he could remember them after reading them once. It was indeed not simple, because this kind of martial arts practice was different from what Lu Yi had imagined. It focused more on teamwork. Of course, individual strength was also very important. No wonder the martial arts practice required 9 people to participate. This kind of competition really could not be played with too few people. The more he understood the various rules, the more Lu Yi looked forward to this martial arts practice. Such an interesting thing. If it were not for coincidence, he would not have the chance to encounter it in the future. However, from the looks of it now, the main domain was at a disadvantage. This was because among the confirmed candidates, only Haitang was at the middle constellation stage. The others were all at the early constellation stage. This was also because Haitang had appeared in this generation. In the past, those who participated in the main domain were all in the early stages of the constellation realm. Because there were only so many constellation realms that were born every 50 years, there was no extra choice. On the other hand, the other 2 dwarfs had stronger foundations in their domains, so they had more constellation mansions. Some of them might be at the early stage of constellation mansions, but every time there would be middle stage constellation mansions. Occasionally, there would even be late stage constellation mansions. The 3 martial arts exercises were basically a battle between the South and the West, while the East would accompany the Crown Prince in his studies. It was no wonder that the 3 great sunshine of the main domain did not hesitate to put on an act and wanted Lu Yi to participate. For them, as long as there was a chance to change the situation of their domain in the martial arts practice, they would try their best. After the previous test by the fat cultivator, the 3 great sunshine had already confirmed that although Lu Yi was only at the early stage of the constellation realm, he definitely had the strength of a middle constellation realm. This was an extremely rare help for their domain. As for the lack of manpower, it should be an excuse. After familiarizing himself with the various rules, Lu Yi deduced the various situations that could occur during the martial arts practice and the countermeasures. If he had not agreed, then so be it. Since he had agreed, he naturally would not spare any effort. Moreover, he was also rather interested in this matter. Suddenly, there was a sound from the talisman that he kept close to him. Lu Yi checked it and found that it was a message from Nian Yuxian. Seeing that he had not returned for so long, Nian Yuxian was a little worried. She was not sure if something had happened to him. Lu Yi hurriedly replied, telling her that he was going to participate in the Black Abyss martial arts exercise. He also said that the inside story was complicated and that he would explain it to her when he left Mount Fangsuan. Half a day later, on the Immortal Spirit Peak, a piece of news spread. The 9 Heavens realms Lu Ye and the Immortal Spirit Peak's Haitang had tied the knot. When she heard this news, Nian Yuxian could not help but be taken aback. She did not think that Lu Yi would agree to such a thing. But now that such news had spread from the Immortal Spirit Peak, it was somewhat thought-provoking. However, Lu Yi had already said that the situation was a little complicated. Nian Yuxian then realized that things might not be as they seemed. She did not send any more messages to inquire. Since Lu Yi had said that he would explain it to her when he left Mount Fangsuan, there was no need to ask anything at this time. Finish it in 6:15 ms. Chapter 13:28. On the other side, after Chen Xianhai and Wu Qima learned of this matter, they felt as if a stone had been lifted from their hearts. They both sent a message to Su Yuqing, praising her for acting appropriately. Su Yuqing replied with a few simple words, but she couldn't help feeling a little wronged. These 2 old things only knew that she had acted appropriately, but they didn't know how much she had sacrificed. That bead was not something that could be casually given to others. If it weren't for Lu Ye's stubbornness, she wouldn't have used such a method. She could only hope that everything would go smoothly. In the secret chamber, Lu Yi ended the communication with Thought Moon Immortal and focused on the bead he had swallowed. This thing must be extremely important to Su Yuqing. Otherwise, a sunshine cultivator like her wouldn't have asked for it. However, Lu Yi was a little curious as to why this thing could allow him to enter the Black Abyss. The Black Abyss was an extremely special place. Only cultivators of the Miniman race or those with the aura of the Miniman race could enter. Lu Yi was a human and had not cultivated with any Miniman race. In other words, refining this bead would allow him to possess the aura of the Miniman race? After carefully examining it, Lu Yi keenly sensed a trace of Su Yuqing's aura from the bead. Originally, this was not something worth paying attention to. After all, the bead was given to him by Su Yuqing, so it would naturally be tainted with her aura. But the more he examined it, the more Lu Yi felt that something was wrong. This aura was no longer just tainted, but more like the condensation of Su Yuqing's own aura. It was as if the entire bead was condensed from her aura through some method that Lu Yi didn't understand. Lu Yi suddenly understood. No wonder refining this bead could allow him to enter the Black Abyss. Refining this bead was equivalent to integrating Su Yuqing's aura into his body. Although it wasn't a joint cultivation, he could still meet the requirements to enter the Black Abyss. This aura was harmless to him, so there was no abnormal reaction from the talent tree. This was a shortcut. No wonder the Black Abyss's immortal body had no effect on him. The aura inside the bead was extremely condensed. Even after refining for half a day, Lu Yi made little progress. He couldn't help but worry that if he continued refining like this, when the time was up, would he be qualified to enter the Black Abyss? Su Yuqing had told him to refine the bead with all his strength because she was worried about this problem. If this continued, if he couldn't enter the Black Abyss, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. He had to speed up the refining process. Having made up his mind, Lu Yi immediately urged the power of his talent tree. In an instant, invisible roots stretched out and pierced into the bead from all directions. In an instant, Lu Yi felt that the refining efficiency had increased sharply. Sensing the changes, Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. Now, he would definitely be able to enter Blackwater in a few days. What he needed to consider now was what to do after entering Blackwater. Almost at the same time that Lu Yi activated the power of the talent tree, Su Yuqing, who was meditating, suddenly felt her heart skip a beat, a feeling that something was wrong. She frowned and pondered for a moment. She couldn't help but sigh. She felt that she was too nervous because of the bead. But now that the bead had already been given to Lu Yi, it was impossible to ask for it back. As long as that kid didn't discover the secret inside the bead, everything would be fine. She did not know that. It was precisely because he had instructed Lu Tu to refine it together that the matter of the refinement had slowly spread to a bull lover. She had her own considerations. Because Lu Yi was only at the early stage of the constellation realm, if he did not refine it with all his strength, his efficiency would be limited and he might not be able to meet the conditions to enter Blackwater. How could she have known that Lu Yi had a divine object, like the talent tree? She had asked Lu Yi to refine it with all his strength, and Lu Yi had done so. Now, the refining efficiency had greatly exceeded Su Yuqing's expectations and would eventually lead to some unpredictable consequences. Inside the secret chamber, Lu Ye's expression was leisurely, even leisurely flipping through the jade slips he had copied from Rest Abyss Pavilion. However, this leisurely mood was broken 2 days later. Suddenly, a slight cracking sound came from his abdomen. Although it was very soft, Lu Yi could still hear it clearly. Slightly startled, he immediately reacted and quickly immersed himself in observing. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but when he did, he was given a fright, because the pearl that Su Yuqing had given him had a tiny crack on it. Lu Yi was shocked. Although he had never been clear about this bead, he still had some guesses about its value. After all, it was something he had to return. But now this thing had actually cracked. What should he do? Lu Yi was at a loss for a moment. He hadn't done anything to this bead and had only followed Su Yuqing's instructions to refine it with all his strength. So why had such a change occurred? Was it an accident, or was it supposed to be like this? Pondering for a moment, Lu Yi felt that this was most likely an accident. If it was supposed to be like this, Su Yuqing had no reason not to remind him. Since she didn't say anything, it meant this thing shouldn't have cracked. But at this moment it had indeed cracked. Wasn't this thing a bit too unrestrained? Lu Yi hurriedly restrained the power of the talent tree, but it was still useless. With a slight cracking sound, in the blink of an eye, the surface of the bead was covered with cracks like a spider web. Faint 5-colored rays of light were emitted from the cracks. The situation was bad. Lu Ye's complexion changed, and he immediately got up, preparing to ask Su Yuqing about the situation. She was the one who had given him this bead, so she should know what was going on. However, the changes to the bead were too quick. After those cracks appeared, they quickly split apart and fell in all directions, like petals blooming, turning into a flower. Multicolored light bloomed, and in the stamen of the flower, there was a figure sitting upright. Lu Yi looked inside and was dumbfounded for a moment because the figure sitting on the lotus throne was Su Yuqing, but it was a Su Yuqing who had shrunk countless times. Most importantly, this Su Yuqing was completely naked. Lu Yi could tell at a glance that this was not Su Yuqing's real body, but rather a doppelganger, but it was somewhat different from the doppelganger he understood. Thinking back to the previous bead, he faintly deduced that the bead should be the condensation of a secret technique that Su Yuqing cultivated. But in the current situation, he had seen something he shouldn't have seen. Lu Yi couldn't help but stop in his tracks, not knowing what to do for a moment. While he was hesitating, Su Yuqing, who was in the stamen, suddenly dissipated like snowflakes under the scorching sun, turning into a trickle of spirit energy that overflowed in all directions. Lu Ye's complexion changed abruptly, feeling as if an erupting volcano had suddenly appeared in his abdomen. The violent and powerful impact of the energy caused him to groan and bleed from his mouth and nose. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and madly urged the power of the talent tree to refine the rampaging energy in his body. Almost at the same time that the bead shattered and Su Yuqing, who had shrunk countless times, was imprinted into Lu Ye's vision, Su Yuqing's real body sensed it. Even though the right side of the barrier was isolated, they were still not far apart. If the bead hadn't shattered, it would have been fine. But now that the bead had shattered, she had stood up. Her complexion changed drastically, unable to understand how this could have happened. In her estimation, even if Lu Yi, an early Constellation Realm cultivator, tried his best to refine it, he would not be able to break the outer shell of the bead, let alone see the secret inside. So to her, there was actually no risk in taking out the bead. But she was somewhat perplexed. Lu Yi did not know the secret inside the bead, but she was clear about it. But for the sake of the martial arts demonstration, she had no choice but to do so. Yet a flaw had appeared in her foolproof plan. Her figure flickered, and she quickly arrived in front of the secret room where Lu Yi was in seclusion. She originally wanted to break through the restriction and barge in, but at least she maintained a shred of rationality. She knew that once she made a move, it would definitely alarm the disciples of her sect. At that time, the cultivators of Immortal Spirit Peak would gather, and the situation would become unmanageable. She waved her hand and shot out a spirit talisman, which instantly transformed into a barrier that enveloped the surroundings, isolating the inside from the outside world. Only then did she strike out with her palm, breaking the door of the secret room and destroying the restriction. She flashed inside and immediately saw that everyone was like a shrimp, their bodies flushed red and their blood surging. The last bit of hope in her heart was shattered. Things were really developing in the direction she least expected. Lu Ye's current state was clearly caused by the impact of too much energy at once. There was too much energy in his body that could not be dispelled. He sat there, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and even his mouth and nose were emitting spiritual light. Su Yuqing was so angry that she trembled. She even had the urge to slap Lu Yi to death. One must know that the energy sealed inside the pearl was 30% of her cultivation. How could an early constellation realm cultivator withstand such a violent and huge amount of energy? If she lost this 30% of energy, her strength would definitely plummet. At that time, it would be questionable if she could even maintain her sunshine realm cultivation. At this point, she did not even care if Lu Yi had seen the secret inside the pearl. Compared to 30% of her cultivation, everything else was insignificant. For a moment, she stood in place, staring at Lu Yi, her expression constantly changing. The moment Su Yuqing barged in, Lu Yi sensed it. But at this moment, he could not move or speak. He could only activate the power of his talent tree. Even so, it was still beyond his power. The energy contained inside the pearl was too huge. It was not something he could refine at his current cultivation level. If his body was compared to a small pond, then the energy that had exploded in his body was a huge lake. The key was that the spiritual energy was extremely condensed. It was on a completely different level from his own spiritual energy. Even if he activated his talent tree to devour and refine it, it would be like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Lu Yi also felt the incomparably clear killing intent, but he could not do anything about it. He could not help but curse in his heart. What the hell is Su Yuqing doing? Why didn't she tell me that there was such a danger inside the pearl? To think that I was afraid of missing the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition and listened to Su Yuqing's instructions and desperately refine the pearl. Thank you, Butterfly Alliance Master, for giving me another 100,000 yuan. Thank you for your kindness. Also, it's the end of the month. Brothers and sisters, please see if there are any monthly votes that you haven't voted for. Chapter 1329. At this moment, Lu Yi felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he was about to explode. This was not an illusion, but something that could happen at any time. He was destined to not be able to last long in this state. He could only place his hopes on Su Yuqing, hoping that she could quickly think of a way to resolve this crisis. If he died here like this, it would be too unjust. As expected, danger was everywhere, and he could not let his guard down. In front of Lu Yi, Su Yuqing's expression changed. Sometimes it was murderous, and sometimes it was helpless. She knows that she has to make a choice. Should she give up 30% of her cultivation and let Lu Yi die, or should she help him resolve this crisis and take back her cultivation? How could a sunshine cultivator's thoughts change so quickly? In just 3 breaths, she had already weighed the pros and cons. She looked at Lu Yi with grief and indignation and said through gritted teeth, "I really want to kill you." As she said this, she raised her hand and pressed it against Lu Ye's chest. This palm seemed to be sent out in anger, but it was extremely gentle. With a single palm, Lu Ye's clothes were torn apart. Fortunately, he did not have the habit of wearing treasured clothes and only wore ordinary clothes. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep his treasured clothes. In the next moment, Lu Yi heard the sound of something moving in the kiln, and then he was put down. After a while, accompanied by a muffled groan, the energy that had filled his body and almost caused him to explode was released under the guidance of a mysterious force. 2 days later, Lu Yi sat alone. The sealed space was filled with an indescribable aura. He frowned, and his hatred ran deep. He really did not understand how things had developed to such a state. When he was tortured by the sudden explosion of energy in his body, he had indeed placed his hopes on Su Yuqing to think of a way to resolve this crisis. However, he had never imagined that Su Yuqing would use such a method to resolve it. For 2 whole days, he had truly walked past the gates of hell, and his heart was palpitating with fear. At first, he didn't know why Su Yuqing was doing this, But gradually he realized it was because under Su Yuqing's guidance, the energy in his body was easily released. That energy was clearly one with the energy in Su Yuqing's body. In other words, the power sealed in the bead originally belonged to Su Yuqing. It could be considered a part of her cultivation, which was why the woman could use such a strange method to retrieve it. That bead, just as he had expected, was the condensation of a secret technique that Su Yuqing cultivated. By refining that bead, he would be able to possess a trace of Su Yuqing's aura, allowing him to enter the Black Abyss and participate in the battle. Tai li bai ji yun hua de meng. Meng to kunren de meng hua 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 de meng hua. Su Yuqing sensed something and went forward to probe. She used the method of moving the field without any foundation. While saving Baiji, she also took Bai. Lu Yi wasn't too sure about the specific situation, but it was more or less like this. Otherwise, how could he explain the events of the past 2 days? This was great. Su Yuqing had always wanted him to choose Haitang as his Tao companion, but he didn't agree to it, lest he let her down. In the end, his disciple's side didn't bear fruit, but his master beat him to it. Unfortunately, the news of him and Haitang becoming Tao companions had already spread. What was this? Lu Yi had a terrible headache. He still remembered the hateful and annoyed look in Su Yuqing's eyes when she left just now. Strictly speaking, this was just a beautiful accident. Of course, this was from his point of view, but from Su Yuqing's point of view, it would not be so. Although Lu Yi couldn't move or speak at that time, he clearly felt Su Yuqing's murderous intent and also heard her say that she wanted to kill him. So to be on the safe side, he didn't want this woman to fly into a rage out of humiliation and really kill him after the event. A day ago, when Su Yuqing took back all her cultivation and was about to leave, Lu Yi was so angry that he forced her to stay. Until today. For 2 days, there was no verbal communication between them. The main reason was that they were not familiar with each other and didn't know what to talk about. Now that things had come to this, there was no use in being upset. He was under someone else's roof, and his cultivation was not as good as hers. If Su Yuqing still wanted to kill him, Lu Yi would definitely not be able to resist. At most, he would have to fight with her. After cultivating for so long, Lu Yi basically didn't feel upset or regret about what had happened. Because it was useless. People always moved forward, and the past was the past. Lu Yi heard a sound coming from the sound talisman. He focused his mind to investigate and found that it was Haitang who had sent a message to him, saying that it was time for him to come out of seclusion and meet her master together. From the meaning of Haitang's words, she already knew about his participation in the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition, but didn't seem to know that he was in seclusion in the immortal Spirit Peak. It was probably Su Yuqing who ordered her to pass the message. Lu Yi replied and walked out of the secret room, heading straight for the main hall. Haitang was waiting there. Seeing Lu Yi come so quickly, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. But she didn't think much of it, and just happily welcomed him. "Junior brother Lu, you still agreed?" Lu Yi said, "Su, Qian Pei Cheng's feelings are hard to accept. She invited me several times, but Yu Bu Xiao Ingshi said no." Previously, when he called Su Yuqing Sr., it was natural. Her cultivation was there for all to see. But now that he called her senior, Lu Yi couldn't help but think of some images, and he felt very uncomfortable. Gathering his thoughts, he changed the topic. "But senior sister Haitang, the rumors from the immortal Spirit Peak are..." Haitang had an indifferent look on her face. "All I know is that you and I have already become Tao companions. Master has already told me about this. This is just her way of covering it up. To our domain. You are still an outsider. If she didn't spread the news like this, there is no way to explain how you were able to enter the Black Abyss." Lu Yi asked intentionally or unintentionally, "Then did your master tell you why I could enter the Black Abyss?" Haitang said, "Master said that she has a secret technique that can help you, but I don't know what it is exactly. But Master is very resourceful. If she says she can do it, then she can definitely do it. Looking around, she whispered, "Master said that this is a secret and can't be told to anyone, including the 2 martial uncles of the immortal spirit peak." I won't say. Lu Yi nodded repeatedly. How could he say such a thing? But he also knew that Su Yuqing's original arrangements were completely different from the subsequent development of the matter. What Haitang knew now was only Su Yuqing's original arrangements. As the 2 of them were talking, a person walked out of the hall. She was dressed in a snow-white palace robe that was spotless. Her somewhat loose robe covered her majestic figure, and her originally messy hair was neatly combed. Lu Yi looked up and saw that Su Yuqing's expression was normal, without the slightest difference. For a moment, he was in a daze, and it was difficult to connect the woman in front of him with the figure in the secret room. "Master!" Haitang hurriedly bowed. Lu Yi came back to his senses and bowed as well, squeezing out 2 words from his mouth. "Senior." Su Yuqing didn't even lift her eyelids and said indifferently, "Since you and Haitang have become Dao companions, there is no need to treat me as an outsider. I am Haitang's master, and also the immortal spirit peak master. In the future, you can be considered as half a person of the immortal spirit peak, so you can call me peak master like everyone else." Lu Yi obediently called her peak master, knowing that he wasn't the only one who was a little uncomfortable with being called senior. Su Yuqing was the same. In the end, she was a woman. Even if her cultivation was as high as sunshine, there were some things that couldn't be transcended. "Let's go. The Black Abyss is about to open. If we are late, we will miss the time." Saying so, Su Yuqing waved her hand, and a strong and gentle force wrapped around Lu Yi and Haitang and flew up. The Black Abyss was located at the center of the main domain. According to legend, this was the location that separated the other 2 divisions of Fengcun Mountain. So this place was extremely special and could be considered the hub of communication between the 3 divisions of Fengcun Mountain. However, this place wasn't usually visible and only showed its use in the dark. It would only reveal itself once every 50 years, and the time wasn't long, only half a month. The Black Abyss martial arts exhibition was held within this half a month, and after half a month, the Black Abyss would disappear again. At that time, the division of the resources of each division would depend on the results of the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition, and all 3 divisions would have to abide by it. Lu Tue was recalling the rules of Bai Ji's Glaze martial arts exhibition in Xingyan when Su Wangqing called out, "Tue! Here!" Lu Yi immediately came back to his senses. "Do you have confidence in this martial arts practice?" The exhibition hadn't started yet, and Lu Yi didn't even know who he was going to face. So how could he dare to guarantee it? If the 9 opponents were all late Constellation Realm, then there was no way he could succeed. "Why didn't you ask this in the secret chamber? Why did you have to ask now?" Lu Yi cursed in his heart, but could only say, "I'll do my best." Su Yuqing said, "Since you're a man, you should take responsibility. Before you do anything, you must set a goal first. Without a goal, how can you work hard? What is your goal?" As she said that, she glanced at Lu Yi leisurely. That gaze was meaningful, and the corner of Lu Yi's eyes twitched. He knew that this woman was still upset about what happened before, and if he didn't answer her question properly, he might not be able to get away with it. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "Headquarters, 3 Peak Masters, what are the other 2 Sunshine Realms' expectations for this exhibition?" Su Yuqing said, "I don't have any expectations. I just hope that it won't be too embarrassing." Her expectations were really low, and Lu Yi was instantly emboldened. "Since the 3 of us are competing, then let's take second place." He didn't dare to say he would take first place because there was really too little information on the enemy. Lu Yi never dared to underestimate others. And besides, this exhibition wasn't just a simple battle. It wasn't enough to have enough individual strength, but a certain degree of teamwork. Su Yuqing nodded in satisfaction. "If you can take second place, Your two martial uncles will definitely be very happy. Chapter 1330. Changing the topic, Su Yuqing said, If Fang Ji can get first place, then Zhu Ying's Mu Xian will be fulfilled. Lu Yi frowned, hearing the meaning behind her words. What if I can't get second place? Su Yuqing said leisurely, Then you and your senior sister will stay in the headquarters for 100 years. This was different from what they had agreed on. Originally, they only needed Lu Yi to participate in the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition, and there were no other additional conditions. But now Su Yuqing said so. Obviously, she was unhappy. This was a bit like taking revenge for private grudges. Haitang faintly felt that something was not right and wanted to plead for Lu Yi, but just as she opened her mouth, Su Yuqing shouted at her, Shut up! Haitang quickly shut up, feeling strange. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that her master was strange today, especially her attitude towards junior brother Lu, which seemed to be different from before. Even the way she addressed him was, after half a cup of tea's time, the Black Abyss was in sight. Looking down from the sky, the so-called Black Abyss was a bottomless abyss. It was not too long, only about 1,000 miles, but the inside was filled with rolling fog, which was invisible to the naked eye. Even if one's divine sense probed inside, it would be greatly hindered, and it was impossible to pry into the details of the inside. Beside the Black Abyss, more than a dozen figures stood, led by two people, one with an immortal air and the other with a handsome appearance. They were the other two from this world, Ri Zhao, Chen Xianhai, and Wu Qima. It was the first time Lu Yi saw these two people, so she couldn't help but take a second look and immediately recognized the old-looking man as Chen Xianhai and the other young man as Wu Qima. Fellow Taoist Su, you're finally here. If you were any later, you would have missed it, Wu Qima said, with a hint of blame in his words. Originally, according to the previous arrangement, Su Yuqing should have brought Lu Yi and Haitang here earlier. After all, these two were the main force of this martial arts exhibition, and they still had some things to tell them and familiarize themselves with the other constellations, so it would be convenient for them to cooperate later. But they didn't know why Su Yuqing was so slow. After speaking, Wu Qima suddenly froze, looked at Su Yuqing seriously, and then looked at Lu Yi, frowning. He wasn't the only one who noticed the anomaly. Chen Xianhai also noticed it. There were many things that were deeply hidden and unknown to outsiders. But to a Sunshine Realm cultivator who had been with Lin Fan for so many years, he could still deduce some shocking things from the clues, especially when some things had just happened. The two sons couldn't believe their eyes for a moment. Su Yuqing's expression became unnatural as she led Lu Yi and Haitang down and immediately said, Time is of the essence. You should enter the Black Abyss now. The martial arts exhibition is related to the foundation of our domain for the next 50 years and is extremely important. You must do your best. No matter how difficult the situation is, you must not give up easily. Yes, all the constellations participating in the martial arts practice responded in unison. Then, under Haitang's lead, they all landed in the Black Abyss. In this martial exercise, Haitang's cultivation was the highest. She was at the middle stage constellation realm. The others were all at the early stage constellation realm. On the surface, she was naturally the one leading the group. Beside the Black Abyss, the constellations disappeared. A gentle breeze blew, and the three suns were silent. The atmosphere was strangely quiet. Although Wu Qima's cultivation was high, he had a lively personality. In the end, he couldn't hold back his words. After a while, he said that Lu Yi's cultivation seems to have improved a lot. The bead that Su Yuqing gave to Lu Yi had exploded in his body. Although Su Yuqing had used a charming method to retrieve more than 90% of the bead, Lu Yi had still refined and absorbed a portion of the bead. If it was purely spiritual power, Lu Yi's improvement wouldn't have been so obvious. However, for a Sunshine Realm cultivator like Su Yuqing, the power in her body was no longer spiritual power. It was something of a higher level. Therefore, Lu Yi had only refined the bead for a day, but he had already benefited greatly. It wasn't enough for him to reach the middle stage constellation realm, but it allowed him to take a huge step forward in the early stage constellation realm. The change in Lu Ye's cultivation couldn't be sensed by other constellations. Even Yu Yao might not be able to see it clearly. However, in front of a sunshine realm cultivator, it couldn't be hidden. Such a change in cultivation was obviously abnormal. It wasn't something that could be achieved by consuming precious pills or miraculous medicines. According to Wu Qima's knowledge, there was only one way to achieve this, and it was also a method that Su Yuqing could use. That was joint cultivation. Through some kind of joint cultivation secret technique, the person with the lower cultivation would be able to improve greatly in a short period of time. However, correspondingly, the person with the higher cultivation would have to pay a price. Su Yuqing's face, which was pretending to be indifferent, couldn't help but blush. She didn't say a word. Seeing her reaction, Wu Qima was even more certain of his suspicions. He was shocked and thought to himself, did Su Yuqing make such a huge sacrifice for this martial arts exercise? How much does she think of Lu Ye? The change in Su Yuqing's aura was undoubtedly the best proof. Although it didn't drop by much, it did drop. This couldn't be hidden from Wu Qima and Chen Xianhai. It was also the reason why the two of them were surprised when they saw her. Some were puzzled, but more than that, they were full of admiration. For the future of this world, Su Yuqing was really going all out. It seemed that the news of Lu Ye and Haitang becoming Dao companions from Immortal Spirit Peak was also a pretense. What he didn't know, however, was that this arrangement was Su Yuqing's initial decision, and it was indeed a cover. She originally wanted to use another method to send Lu Yi into the Black Abyss, but due to a freak combination of factors, an accident occurred. Let's go in too. In the rather awkward atmosphere, Chen Xianhai opened his mouth. It wasn't good to keep standing here. What's more, this kind of thing wasn't something they could casually inquire about. Even if they were close friends, private matters were still private matters. After the Star Mansions entered the Black Abyss, some changes also occurred in the Black Abyss. As the strange fog surged, it opened a passage to the other two Fengcun mountains. As Chen Xianhai and the other two rushed into the strange fog, the three of them immediately appeared in an empty space. The space wasn't big, and the strange fog was surging all around. Only the middle area was not filled with strange fog. The three of them looked up and saw several figures standing in two other directions. It was Rizhao from the other two divisions, but what they saw was not their real bodies, but a kind of mysterious projection, so they only saw an outline and couldn't see their real faces. But after knowing each other for so many years, even if it was just an outline, Chen Xianhai and the other two could clearly distinguish their identities. Seeing the three of them appear, a loud laugh came from the upper left. The East is finally here. Chen Xianhai, I thought you had forfeited this time. I didn't expect you to still come. In the lower right, someone also laughed. The East is always at the bottom. What does it matter if we forfeit or not? Chen Xianhai coldly snorted and didn't say anything, mainly because he couldn't refute, because it was the truth. He only hated the younger generation of his own domain for being so disappointing. Every time they came to the Black Abyss, they would be ridiculed by Rizhao from the other two divisions, which made him angry. Over the years, ridiculing the East had been a habit, but since they didn't answer, there was no point in continuing to ridicule. They were all small races, and it didn't matter if they humiliated each other in such an internal competition, but they couldn't go too far, otherwise it would be bad if they held a grudge against each other. In the upper left position was the South, and this time two Rizhao came. It was not that they only had two Rizhao, but that there was no need for too many of them. After all, this was a competition between the younger generation, and Rizhao couldn't participate. He just stayed here to watch the situation develop. In the lower right position was the West, and like the East, three Rizhao came. The eastern side did not utter a word, but the southern and western sides were arguing noisily. One side said that their juniors were outstanding this time and would definitely be able to take the first place, while the other side said that their constellation had many talents and would definitely be able to take the first place. This was a common occurrence. Qian Xianhai and the other two still didn't say anything, and only listened to the two Rizhao boasting. For Rizhao like them, it was not easy to meet each other, and this once-in-50 years opportunity naturally had to be grasped. In fact, it was also a kind of opportunity to catch up. But because the East had been declining, they didn't feel like participating. While the two sides were arguing, the spherical position in the middle suddenly rippled. Chun Xianhai, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. "Stop arguing, it's starting!" As expected, Rizhao from the south and west kept his mouth shut and waited patiently. The ripples spread and soon became continuous, until a certain moment, the layers of ripples suddenly disappeared, and then small light spots appeared in the spherical area. It corresponded to the position of the three Rizhao. This spherical area was a projection of the inside of the black abyss. With the help of the projection, the Rizhao could see the specific situation of the competition between the younger generation in the black abyss. There were 9 small light spots in each position, corresponding to the participating cultivators. The colors were also different. The light spots in the east were red, the light spots in the south were yellow, and the light spots in the west were blue. Moreover, the color of the light spots were also different shades. The experienced Rizhao could infer the cultivation of the participating cultivators through the color of the light spots. The 3 Rizhao were waiting for this moment, because only at this moment would they know what kind of lineup the other party had. In the past, the south and west lineup was not bad. At least there were mid-stage constellation cultivators, and occasionally there would be late-stage constellation cultivators. When the 3 Rizhao of the east looked up, their expressions changed. The lineup of the other 2 divisions was unexpectedly strong this time. The south had 1 late-stage constellation cultivator and 2 mid-stage constellation cultivators. The west had 1 late-stage constellation cultivator and 3 mid-stage constellation cultivators. Such a lineup, even in the past, was rarely seen. Generally speaking, such a lineup represented the number of the sword finger of the humanoid clan. Chapter 1331. The hearts of Chen Xianhai and the other 2 sunk to the bottom. They all realized that the headquarters would be at the bottom again. Originally, they had recruited Lu Yi as foreign aid and tested his strength. They thought that they could win 2nd place if they worked hard. But now, it seemed that they still underestimated the strength of the other 2 divisions. They all sighed deeply, feeling as if they were powerless. The southern and western Rizhao were watching the other side's camp at this moment. As for the eastern Rizhao, no one paid attention to them. After seeing how powerful the other side's camp is, the 2 Rizhao were stunned. The southern Rizhao took the lead. 66, 1 late stage, 3 middle stage. When did you hide so many people in the western Rizhao? Did you break the rules and get a late stage foreign aid? The western Rizhao naturally wouldn't admit it. Someone immediately jumped out and shouted, "Zhu Lauer, you're talking nonsense. It's the consensus of the 3 divisions that we can't get a late-stage constellation as foreign aid. How can we break this rule? Besides, whether it's foreign aid or not, we can ask later. It's really surprising that the Southern Rizhao has such a foundation. In the last martial arts exercise, you only had 2 middle-stage constellation. How come you have a late-stage constellation this time? I now have reason to suspect that the late-stage constellation is not from the human race." "Nonsense! How can only you have a late-stage constellation, but not the Southern Rizhao? Did you hear what the Eastern Rizhao said? You talk too much." Chan Xuanhai's face darkened. "You can quarrel, but why do you have to involve the Eastern Rizhao? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" He was already in a bad mood, but now it was even worse. He had the urge to hit someone. Although the Eastern Rizhao was declining all year round, Qin Xuanhai's personal strength was obvious to all. The other 2 divisions didn't dare to provoke him, so they continued to quarrel and attack each other. The scene was very lively, until a certain moment when a light ball suddenly appeared in the inner projection of the black abyss. The choral stopped. Zhu Lauer of the southern Rizhao looked up to the sky and laughed. Heaven is helping me! Under the rules, the position of the light ball was extremely advantageous to the southern Rizhao. In the next instant, under the gaze of the crowd within the spherical region, 27 light spots, split into 3 directions, rapidly rushed towards the position of the ball of light that had suddenly appeared. However, it was very obvious that the 9 people in the south were the closest to the ball of light, which undoubtedly meant that they would be the first to come into contact with the ball of light. And just a moment ago, the 9 eastern mansions appeared somewhere in the black abyss. From the outside, the black abyss looked like a bottomless abyss with strange fog rolling inside, but inside was an extremely vast area. It was like a certain starry sky, because this wasn't an empty region. Instead, there were many large and small meteorites flying about. Throughout the interior of the black abyss, there were countless such meteorites, all of them moving in different directions at different speeds and masses. Only the 3 huge meteorites remained motionless, as if they were 3 nails nailed into the starry sky. The place where Lu Yi and the others appeared was one of these meteorites. Rather than a meteorite, it would be better to call it a platform because its surface was very smooth, as if it had been cut by a sword. Lu Yi was familiar with the various rules of the martial arts practice, so he naturally knew that this place was the main camp of the headquarters cultivators. And what the headquarters cultivators needed to do was to compete with the other 2 small humanoid tribes for something called a spirit orb. This spirit orb would randomly appear near the center of the black abyss. It would appear a total of 9 times, which meant that there were 9 spirit balls. The cultivators not only had to compete for the ownership of these spirit balls, but also had to send them to their own camps. Until the end of the martial arts practice, the number of spirit balls in each camp would be able to divide the resources. According to the results of the previous martial arts practice, generally the southern and western Rizhao would compete for 30 to 40% of the resources, while the eastern Rizhao would only get 20%. In comparison, 20% and 40% was a difference of 2 times. In a short period of time, the development of the domain wouldn't be affected too much, but as time passed, the impact would be great. This kind of competition was indeed not a simple battle. It wasn't as simple as killing the other party, because even if the other party was killed, the cultivator would reappear in their own camp. The 3 tribes of Minuscule Mountain had a total of 90% of the resources. Lu Yi had previously wondered where the last 10% had gone, but in the end, Haitang explained that the last 10% was used to maintain the connection between the 3 tribes of Minuscule Mountain and couldn't be divided. This was also one of the mysteries of Minuscule Mountain itself. After all, it was a starry sky supreme treasure, so it naturally had all kinds of inconceivable abilities. Appearing in the main camp, the 9 constellations were all familiarizing themselves. Although they already had a good understanding of everything here, they still hadn't personally experienced it. Lu Yi quickly realized that he didn't seem to have entered this place with his true body, but rather a mysterious projection. This was probably the fundamental reason why cultivators here had an undying body. Otherwise, no matter how mysterious this black abyss was, it couldn't possibly bring people back from the dead. Similar to his experience on the ghost ship, Lu Yi also experienced many deaths in that reincarnation. But those deaths didn't really happen. There were no abnormalities with his physical body. The mountain plate saber, storage bag, storage ring, and even the storage space were all normal. Even the talent tree didn't have any abnormalities. Lu Yi could clearly sense its existence. This kind of projection was undoubtedly of a high level, because when Lu Yi turned to look, there was nothing wrong with the others. It was as if the real person was standing in front of him. Among the crowd, he saw the fatty who blocked the path and robbed people on the immortal spiritual peak. Sensing Lu Ye's gaze, the fatty smiled. Misty Peak's Han Malong greets fellow Taoist Lu. Misty Peak's disciple, Wu Chima's disciple, Lu Yi understood and confirmed that the probing back then was carried out under the instructions of a sunshine cultivator. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for someone from Misty Peak to go to the immortal spiritual peak. He smiled and returned the greeting. According to the original plan, Su Yuqing wanted to bring Lu Yi and Haiteng to meet up with these people as soon as possible. The other constellations were all from the main tribe and knew each other very well. Only Lu Yi was an outsider. Other than Haiteng and Han Malong, he didn't know anyone else. Under such unfamiliar circumstances, it was naturally difficult for him to cooperate. But because of the accident, Su Yuqing slowed down. When they arrived at the Black Abyss, she couldn't control herself under the strange gazes of Chen Xianhai and Wu Qimao. So she hurriedly drove Lu Yi and the others into the Black Abyss. This caused them to have no time to familiarize themselves with each other. It was already too late to familiarize themselves with the new environment, because just as everyone was familiarizing themselves with their own bodies and situation, a strange fluctuation of spiritual power came from the depths of the Black Abyss. Haiteng, who was in charge of leading the group, was stunned. The spirit ball has appeared. There was no pattern to the appearance of the spirit ball. Sometimes it was fast, and sometimes it was slow. Therefore, all the dwarves had to react the moment the spirit ball appeared. Otherwise, if they were slow, they would be slower all the time. Sensing the appearance of the spirit ball, Haiteng immediately took the lead and flew forward. The other 8 people followed closely behind, forming a human shape. For those who couldn't form a formation, this could be considered a simple formation to face the enemy. Haiteng's cultivation was the highest, so she flew at the front. She had a faster reaction ability to the oncoming meteorites, so she could undoubtedly lead the team to the maximum speed. While flying, she didn't forget to send a sound transmission to Lu Yi. Junior brother Lu, our dwarf clan is a clan that is good at making talismans, so in battle, we often rely on the power of talismans. We are different from the cultivators you encounter outside, so you have to be more careful. I understand. Lu Yi nodded. In fact, Lu Yi had learned about these things from Haiteng before and knew some of the characteristics of the dwarves. Take the battle with Han Malong as an example. At that time, he only felt that Han Malong's attainments in the Tao of Spells were very high, and he could use all kinds of spells at his fingertips. But in fact, Han Malong had borrowed the power of talismans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to display so many spells. Even the foundation of body cultivation that Han Malong displayed in the end was also the power of talismans. He wasn't really an individual cultivator. There were talismans in the 9 provinces. When Lu Ye's cultivation was not high, he had used talismans many times. However, the standard of talisman making in the 9 provinces was not high, and there were very few outstanding talisman masters. When a cultivator's cultivation was high, they rarely used talismans. However, the dwarves had developed the art of talisman making to the extreme. Each of them was a natural talisman master, and while they cultivated, they also focused on improving their attainments in talisman making. This made it difficult to divide the dwarves into normal factions. The dwarves' cultivators could use the power of talismans to display all kinds of strange abilities. Lu Yi knew about this, but because he thought that he didn't need to participate in the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition, and because he wasn't very interested in it, he naturally didn't pay much attention to it. But now he couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. Oh no, the location of the spirit ball is closer to others. On Lu Ye's right, Han Malong said. There was no pattern to the time when the spirit ball appeared, but there was a certain pattern to its location. Basically, it was in a large area in the center of the Black Abyss, so sometimes it would appear in a place closer to the dwarves. At this time, the martial arts exhibition had just begun, and this undoubtedly gave the dwarves an innate advantage. After flying for a long time, there was suddenly the sound of fighting in front of them. It was obvious that the other 2 dwarves were fighting. It was the first time Haiteng was leading a battle like this, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Moreover, before they left, Su Yuqing had told her that on the surface, she was the leader of this martial arts exhibition, but she also told her to ask for Lu Ye's opinion if she couldn't make a decision. Su Yuqing was aware of her disciples' shortcomings. Due to the special nature of Mount Fengsuan, the dwarves rarely roamed the starry sky like cultivators from other realms. They always drifted along with Mount Fengsuan, and generally wouldn't stray too far from Mount Fengsuan, in case they couldn't find their way back. Haitang wasn't the only one like this. Basically, all the dwarves were like this. This situation would usually continue until the dwarves reached the Yu-Yao stage, and then there would be a change. Once the dwarves' cultivation reached the Yu-Yao stage, they would have a special secret technique that would tightly connect them to their own realms. No matter how far they went, they wouldn't get lost. Only then would the dwarves have the qualifications to roam the starry sky alone. Therefore, when it came to dealing with unexpected situations, Su Yuqing felt that her disciple was inferior to Lu Yi. Chapter 1332. Junior Brother Lu, what do we do now? Haitang was an honest and obedient person. She would do whatever her master told her to do. Let's go over and take a look at the situation first, Lu Yi replied. There were many things that couldn't be fully understood just by looking at the information recorded in the jade slips. They had to see it with their own eyes. Haitang led her troops forward, and after a short while they saw a battlefield in full swing in front of them. Before they met, no one knew what kind of lineup the other two tribes had. Now that they were there, everyone scanned the battlefield with their divine perception, and their expressions turned grave. Someone exclaimed, "Oh no!" It couldn't be helped. Among the two tribes, there were actually late-stage constellation cultivators, and there were at least 2 mid-stage constellation cultivators. Now, from the distribution of their positions, the Western tribe had the upper hand because they had 3 mid-stage constellation cultivators. On the other hand, Haitang was the only mid-stage constellation cultivator, and the others were all early-stage constellation cultivators. Comparing their strength, they seemed extremely shabby. In an instant, everyone's hearts were filled with bitterness, and their morale was low. Haitang sensed this and immediately shouted, "The overall situation isn't set yet. Don't be discouraged. Even if we're not as strong as them on the surface, we still have to fight for the glory of the Eastern tribe. We can't let those two tribes look down on us." Only then did the others calm down, knowing that Haitang was right. Lu Yi was currently observing the battlefield, or to be more precise, observing the spirit sphere. At this moment, what entered his eyes was a glowing sphere about 1,000 feet in diameter. It looked like a condensation of energy, but as for what it was, Lu Yi couldn't see it clearly. At this moment, the 18 constellation cultivators of the southern and western tribes were fighting near the spirit ball. Colorful lights bloomed one after another. However, Lu Yi could tell at a glance that these two tribes weren't fighting for real. Everyone was holding back, so although the battle was in full swing, it only looked that way on the surface. Moreover, during the battle, people would occasionally use their techniques to hit the spirit ball, changing its direction and speed. The southern tribe had the upper hand. Before the western tribe rushed over, they had already moved a long distance with the spirit ball, so their position was the closest to the southern tribe's camp. However, at this moment, they were being obstructed by the western troops. It was impossible for them to continue forward with the spiritual orbs unless they killed a group of western troops. If there were only 2 groups fighting, the southern side would definitely make this choice. They couldn't let this stalemate continue. In this kind of confrontation, whichever side was closest to the main camp would have the advantage, because even if they died in battle, they would be able to rush back to the battlefield faster. However, everyone knew that they had yet to reach the eastern region. How could they let the sandpiper and the clam fight and let the fishermen benefit? As a result, the 2 tribes tacitly agreed to a stalemate. At this time, the eastern troops arrived near the battlefield. While the eastern troops were investigating them, the southern and western troops were also investigating the eastern troops. In the end, he saw that there was 1 middle stage and 8 early stage on the eastern side. They all retracted their divine senses. As soon as Haitong's words of encouragement fell, everyone once again experienced the helplessness of being looked down upon. However, they weren't completely ignored because someone from the western side shouted, "Eastern people, what are you standing there for? Come and help." It wasn't that the western and eastern sides had a good relationship. It was just that in such a three-way confrontation, it was common for them to work together and undermine each other. Moreover, their positions would constantly change as the situation developed. Now that the southern side had the advantage, the western side would naturally call for the eastern side to attack together. Haitang was undoubtedly familiar with the process of the past martial arts practice. For this martial arts practice, she had put in a lot of effort, so when she heard the western tribesman's call, she didn't hesitate and immediately rushed forward. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to everyone on her side. "Don't be too far away from me. You must move as a group." In such a battlefield, it seemed like there was no danger to their lives, but if they were left alone, they would definitely be targeted and killed. Therefore, in the current situation, moving as a group was the only feasible solution. Under Haitong's lead, the 9 constellations of the eastern side entered one side of the battlefield. In an instant, the pressure on the southern side increased greatly. The most obvious change was the change in the direction of the spirit ball's flight. Originally, in the entanglement between the southern and western sides, although the spirit ball would sometimes head east and sometimes west, overall it wouldn't move too far. Because the strength of the two sides wasn't too different, it was difficult to determine the direction of the spirit ball. Now that the eastern side had joined in, the situation suddenly became extremely unfavorable for the southern side. Under the joint efforts of the eastern and western constellations, the spirit ball constantly flew towards the center of the black abyss. In other words, it was far away from the southern camp. This made the southern constellations very angry. One after another, they kept shouting and telling the eastern constellations to wait, and later they would definitely teach them a lesson. In the midst of the battle, the cultivators didn't forget to swallow spirit pills or take out spirit jades to recover their strength. This was a fierce battle that would last for half a month. Their own spirit energy reserves had to be ensured. Now that it had just begun, the situation was calm, and they naturally couldn't squander their spirit energy too much. If nothing else happened, this kind of battle was destined to have no results. Because no matter which side, under the covetous eyes of a third party, they didn't have the ability to destroy the other side and still maintain their full strength. In the past Black Abyss martial arts exhibition matches, this kind of stalemate was actually the opening. But in a three-way battle, how could there not be any changes? Under the joint efforts of the eastern and western constellations, the spirit ball finally flew back to the center of the Black Abyss, making all the efforts of the southern side useless. The 9 constellations were so angry that smoke came out of their heads. But now the eastern and western constellations that were originally cooperating sincerely, as if they were wearing the same pants, began to secretly compete with each other. Each of them wanted to lead the spirit ball towards their own camp so that they could gain the upper hand. The tacit alliance was shattered at this moment. Lu Yi could sense that the Western constellation late-stage cultivator was transmitting his voice to Haitang, communicating something. Although he couldn't hear the content of the conversation, he didn't need to think to know that the person was persuading Haitang to lead the eastern troops to not resist too much. Haitang didn't respond, only constantly shaking her head to express her position. She wasn't stupid. The eastern side strength was the weakest in the first place. So how could they let the other 2 succeed at this time? Stalling for time was the most advantageous for the eastern side, which was the weakest. This turned into a 3-way battle, even more lively than before. The 9 people from the eastern side maintained the arrow formation, not wanting to fail, but to not make any mistakes. Time passed, and half a day later, in another direction, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. The second spirit ball had appeared, and the location where this spirit ball appeared was actually closer to the eastern camp. Almost at the instant this spirit ball appeared, the 9 people from the eastern side immediately changed their direction, abandoning their original battlefield and rushing towards the location of the spirit ball. Haitang naturally didn't have such a decision, but it was a plan that she had discussed with Lu Yi before the confrontation with the other 2 constellations. There was actually a risk in doing so, because no matter which of the other 2 constellations gave chase, their own side would be caught in the crossfire, and the side that didn't give chase would reap the benefits for free. This was very likely to happen, because everyone knew that the eastern side was the weakest. Thus, no matter which constellation gave chase, they were confident that they could defeat the eastern side. In the end, it was very likely that the western and southern tribes would each take a spirit ball, and the eastern side would get nothing. But at this moment, the eastern side had no choice but to make such a choice, because if they didn't retreat, one of the other 2 constellations would definitely retreat. And at that time, the eastern side would have to face the same situation and fight the other constellation alone. One was a possibility, and the other was a certainty. They could only take a gamble. The moment he flew back, Lu Yi switched places with Haitang, and he took the lead. This was also something they had discussed beforehand, because at this moment, the more time they could gain, the greater the advantage they would have. The arrow formation's speed suddenly increased, and the eastern constellations were surprised to find that Lu Ye's speed was much faster than Haitang's. None of them knew anything about Lu Yi, only that the headquarters had invited external aid, and that person was Haitang's Dao companion. At first, they didn't pay much attention to him, because he was only at the early stage, and his cultivation was the same as theirs. But now they realized that although his cultivation was the same, his foundation might not be the same. The speed of flight in the starry sky was, to a large extent, a reflection of a cultivator's strength, because everyone would control their speed within the range they could control and never exceed it. Otherwise, if they encountered danger, they wouldn't have the time to react. Lu Ye's speed surpassed Haitang's, which undoubtedly showed that this external aid's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. The eastern side quickly left the battlefield, and the western and southern tribes, who were tangled in a tangle, were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect the eastern side to react so quickly and missed the opportunity, causing the 2 tribes to be unable to withdraw at will. Someone from the southern tribe shouted, "Western tribe, another spirit ball has appeared. Don't bite on to this one." Someone from the western tribe replied, "What a coincidence, I was thinking the same thing. Hurry up and snatch the other one." "This one belongs to the southern tribe. Why should we snatch the other one? The Black Abyss was born of its own accord and has never belonged to anyone, so that one belongs to the southern tribe. The eastern tribe is so weak, and you don't want to deal with them, but you want to make things difficult for us? What kind of logic is this? The eastern tribe is weak, but they are still our tribe. Shouldn't we at least give them a guarantee?" The quarrel didn't stop. In the end, the 2 tribes saw each other as their biggest rivals, and no one put the eastern tribe in their eyes. This was the main reason why the eastern tribe retreated, and no one chased after them. It could be said that the eastern tribe had picked up a bargain. As for the guarantee, there was indeed such a thing, because every time the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition ended, it was basically 2 to 3, 3 to 4, so it wasn't to the extent that a tribe couldn't even snatch a single spirit ball, but at least 2. In the end, this was an internal conflict among the hominid tribes, and no tribe would be so ruthless as to exterminate the other tribe. Chapter 1333. The essence of the Black Abyss martial exhibition games was actually to compete for spirit balls. The side that managed to grab the most would be able to divide up the resources after the martial exhibition games. Because of the uniqueness of the Black Abyss, it was the first time that the cultivators here were participating in the martial exhibition games. Even if they had the experience of their predecessors, there were some things that they couldn't grasp without personally experiencing it. Now, the 9 people from the eastern side had taken the initiative, taking advantage of the fact that the other 2 sides were entangled to snatch a spirit ball. Taking the initiative, they were all in high spirits. According to the previous arrangement, Lu Yi and the other 8 people flew to the edge of the spirit ball and poured their spirit chi into it, pushing it in the direction of their camp. Han Malong took the lead, flying in front of the spirit ball. He wasn't leading the way, but rather clearing obstacles. In the space inside the black abyss, there were many large and small meteorites flying around, and the spirit ball had a special characteristic, which was that once it was forced, it would move in the opposite direction. So, in the process of pushing the spirit ball towards the camp, it was necessary to ensure that there were no meteorites in front of it to avoid wasting time. Especially in the early stages of fighting for the spirit ball, time was especially precious. The closer they were to the camp, the greater the advantage they would have. On Han Malong's side, it was unknown what kind of secret technique or spirit talisman he used, but his already fat body became even more bloated, looking as if it was filled with air. Whenever he found a meteorite in front of him that could collide with the spirit ball, he would ignore it and rush towards it. His body seemed to have become extremely elastic, and with every collision, he could change the direction of the meteorite's movement and clear the obstacles. With him clearing the way in front, the remaining 8 people had a simple task. In the early stages, when there were no enemies chasing after them, they only needed to pour their spirit chi into the spirit ball and control its flying speed. Lu Yi was also exerting his strength while familiarizing himself with the spirit ball. Not only did the spirit ball have a special characteristic of moving in the opposite direction when it was forced, but it also had a special characteristic of increasing the speed of absorbing spirit chi. The more spirit chi it absorbed, the faster it would move, and vice versa. If there was no spirit chi poured into it, or if there was no force, it wouldn't move. This meant that if Lu Yi and the others wanted to send the spirit ball back to the camp, they had to constantly pour their spirit chi into it. And if they wanted the spirit ball to reach a fixed speed, they would have to go all out, which was extremely taxing on their spirit chi. So in the previous entanglement of the spirit chi, the 3 sides, no matter who it was, to restore spirit chi. At first, everyone from the Eastern Division was rather nervous. They couldn't be sure if the other 2 divisions would chase after them. As the weakest side, they couldn't help but feel nervous. However, as time passed and they got closer and closer to their own camp, everyone's anxious hearts slowly relaxed. There was joy, but there was also bitterness. They were happy because the eastern side got off to a good start and got the first spirit ball. So, even if they came in last this time, they wouldn't lose too badly. But they were sad because the other 2 sides really didn't put the eastern side in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't think it was a big deal to let the eastern side get the spirit ball first. They only saw each other as opponents. Otherwise, there would be no reason for no one to chase after them. Looking down from the sky, Lu Yi and the others looked like 8 ants carrying a huge fruit. With 1 ant scouting ahead, the constellations were busy. In the Sunshine Realm, the southern and western sunshine cultivators congratulated Chen Xianhai and the others. Chen Xianhai snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He understood that the 2 sunshine cultivators must have told their juniors to focus on the other side and to slow down the suppression of the eastern side. Otherwise, the eastern side wouldn't have been able to get the first spirit ball so easily. Although he understood he couldn't do anything about the Black Abyss exercise. At this point, the 3 sunshine cultivators of the eastern side knew that the eastern side would come in last again. It wasn't that they didn't work hard enough, but that the enemy's lineup was too strong. In the Black Abyss, the eastern side was only halfway through transporting the spirit balls when they felt a mysterious energy, fluctuation, coming from a certain direction. The 3rd spirit ball appeared, although they didn't know what the situation was over there. With the appearance of the 3rd spirit ball, the conflict between the southern and western tribes should come to an end. Because each of the southern and western tribes could get 1 spirit ball each, there was no need for them to fight over it anymore. The eastern side was still busy transporting the spirit balls. After a long time, they finally returned to the smooth platform where they had first appeared. The transportation was complete. Although the spirit balls could still be fought over, there had never been a case where a spirit ball that had already been delivered to the main camp was snatched away again. This was because they had too much of an advantage when fighting in their own camp. They could almost revive infinitely and immediately join the battle. Even the eastern side, which was the weakest, wouldn't have the possibility of a spirit ball being snatched away again. There was no time to celebrate. After the spirit balls were placed, Haitang and the others immediately started to set up the formation. The miniature humans were a very special race. They were extremely talented in the art of talisman crafting. Almost every miniature human was talented in this aspect. In the field of talisman crafting, no other race could compare to them. With the help of a variety of talismans, they could complete a variety of tactical arrangements. For example, they could set up a barrier here. Although there was almost no possibility of the spirit balls placed in the main camp being snatched away again, it was still necessary to take precautions. Their overall strength was not as good as others, and they didn't have many people, so it was impossible to separate some people to guard the spirit balls. They could only rely on talismans to set up a formation. Except for Lu Yi, the others were all from the miniature humans and were familiar with each other. For this moment, they had made a lot of preparations in advance. So in a short time, a barrier was set up, isolating the inside from the outside. This kind of formation was not very strong. After all, no matter how prepared they were, it was arranged in a hurry. If someone gathered a certain number of people and attacked, it could still be broken. But this was enough. If someone really attacked this place, their own people could quickly come back to help. While they were busy here, Lu Yi didn't interfere. The main reason was that he couldn't do anything. He observed while sensing the movement of the other two spirit balls. What he could confirm was that the two spirit balls had now been taken by the southern and western divisions. They were quickly moving in the direction of their respective camps. It wouldn't take long for them to be placed properly. The first wave of competition came to an end for the time being. Next, they had to wait for the second wave of competition. At this time, if a fourth spirit ball suddenly appeared, the situation would be greatly advantageous to the Eastern Division. Because the Eastern Division could immediately rush over to fight for it, the other two divisions were still on the way to transport the spirit balls and couldn't immediately react. But according to the rules of the previous martial arts exercises, after the first wave, the second wave would not start so quickly. This gave everyone a certain amount of time to recover. In reality, the real fight would usually only start after the second wave. The first two waves of competition were usually more peaceful. This was also a kind of convention. Lu Yi took out an item and said, "Fellow Taoists, we didn't have time to get to know each other. I believe everyone knows about my background. But no matter what, since we're participating in the martial arts exercises and promise someone something, we have to give it our all. I have an array disc here that might be useful. Take this time to familiarize yourselves with it." What he took out was naturally the twin spirit connected array disc. This thing played a huge role in the 9 continents fight against the insect tide and the expedition to the blood refinement world. It was especially useful for True Lake and Cloud River stage cultivators. But Lu Yi had long discovered the drawbacks of this item. Because the range of the array disc was limited, it was far less useful for spiritual ocean stage cultivators than True Lake and Cloud River stage cultivators. The reason was that when a cultivator's cultivation was high, their range of movement would be larger. If the range of the array disc was not large enough, it would naturally be difficult for it to be effective. When one reached the constellation stage, the range of movement would be even larger. Often, with a casual shake of the body, one would exceed the range of the array disc. When the constellation stage cultivators worked together, they could not be tied together. That way, they would be in greater danger. So even if they worked together, they were not inseparable. This point was vividly reflected on the ghost ship. In the final battle, even if Qin Zong and the rest had the twin spirit-connected array disc that Lu Yi gave them, it was difficult for them to form a decent formation. They were basically in a loose alliance state. It could be foreseen that as their cultivation increased, the effect of the twin spirit-connected array disc would become more and more limited. Unless Lu Yi found a way to improve the spirit patterns and the array disc. For the time being, this item could still be of some use. Of course, it could only be used by a small number of people. There was no way for 9 people to become a whole. If he did not agree to Su Yuqing's second-place result, Lu Yi could have just done whatever he wanted. If he could help, he would help. If he could not, then there was nothing he could do. But since he had already agreed, then he had to put in some effort. Otherwise, if Su Yuqing really wanted to force him and the Thought Moon Immortal to stay for 100 years, he really could not resist. In such a situation, any bit of help was indispensable. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Haitang. Haitang put on the airs of a leader. Junior brother Lu's words are my words. How could anyone have any objections? As Lu Yi activated the power of the twin spirit-connected array disk, everyone immediately realized the mystery of this item. All of them were shocked. However, after Lu Yi explained the pros and cons of this item, the 8 people from the eastern region understood that this item was indeed useful, but not as useful as they had imagined. Han Malong said, "This array disk is somewhat similar to the array talismans of our little human clan, but in comparison, the array disk is more flexible." Haitang also nodded. The array disk is only auxiliary. In fact, it is still based on people. Array talismans are different. They are based on talismans and need the cultivator to cooperate with the mystery of the array talisman. Chapter 1334. One was based on people, and the other was based on talismans. The difference between them was obvious, but the talisman formation also had its own uniqueness. Once it was activated, the cultivators only needed to take their own positions to be able to exert the greatest power. Moreover, the range and density of the effect was much better than the formation disc. Of the 3 martial arts exercises, which one didn't prepare a talisman. However, this thing was generally only used at the end of the battle, and it wasn't time to use it at this stage. The eastern side was naturally prepared as well. The only talisman for the 9-chain curve array was in Haitang's storage ring. But for the eastern side, this talisman couldn't be used casually, because once it was used, the other side would also use talismans to deal with it, and their side would only be defeated faster. But in any case, this was still the eastern side's trump card. Now that Lu Yi took out the array disc and let everyone feel the mystery of being connected, it undoubtedly gave the eastern side more tactical options. Haitang said, "Junior brother Lu, if we use this array disc, can the 9 of us be divided into 3 teams? In this way, not only can we protect our own combat strength, but we can also be more flexible." Lu Yi nodded. "I think so too." With the help of the array disc, it was unrealistic for 9 people to form a formation together. The range of the array disc wasn't that large, and the slightest mistake during the battle would inevitably cause the formation to collapse. But if there were only 3 people, it could be barely used. Of course, the premise was that the 3 of them could work together, with the leader as the leader and the other 2 as support. "Then let's divide into 3 teams." Haitang made a decision, glancing around and pointing to 2 people in the team. Junior sister Huang Li and junior brother Su Xinghe will follow junior brother Lu. Junior brother Wan Jun and junior brother Zhang Chao will follow junior brother Han Malong. And the other 2 will follow me. These tactical plans should have been discussed well before everyone gathered, but for some reason, the eastern side didn't have the opportunity to communicate until they entered the Black Abyss, so it was inevitable that they were in a hurry. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Lu Yi took out 2 more array discs and handed them to Haitang and Han Malong, respectively. Everyone familiarized themselves with each other on the platform of the camp before splitting into 3 small teams and heading towards the depths of the Black Abyss. The second wave of competition had yet to begin, and it was now a calm period. But it was obvious that the constellations of the southern and western tribes were not content with the status quo. Instead, they tacitly agreed to fight in the center of the Black Abyss. The intensity of the battle was even more intense than the previous competition for the spiritual orb. It was clear that both parties had the same idea, which was to cripple the other party's team first. This way, once a new spiritual orb appeared, the other party would be able to seize the advantage. In an environment where three parties were fighting, the attitude of these two tribes was somewhat arrogant, because none of them saw the eastern region as a threat. They all felt that even if their own troops were crippled, they could easily deal with the eastern region. Everyone from the eastern region understood this. They felt aggrieved and helpless. In such an intense confrontation, there were bound to be casualties. In just half a day, both sides had lost 3 or 4 people. Of course, those who died in the Black Abyss would not really die. They would only reappear on the platform of their own camp and rush back to the battlefield. Such a special rule also allowed the lesser humans to fight here without any worries, and they could do as they pleased. The 9 people from the east no longer moved in groups, but instead split into 3 small teams, wandering outside of this intense battlefield. This way, they could expand their search area, and no matter where a new spirit orb appeared, they could guarantee that one of the teams would arrive at the location as soon as possible. Lu Yi had nothing to do, so he brought Huang Li and Su Xinghe to watch the battle. Huang Li was a woman. Although her cultivation had reached the constellation level, she was naturally timid. Seeing the fierce and cruel battle over there, and the 3 of them being so close to the battlefield, she couldn't help but say, "Senior Brother Lu, shouldn't we hide further away? Otherwise, it won't be good if we are misunderstood." It's fine. Lu Yi waved his hand. Both sides are fighting so hard that their brains are about to spill out. How could they care about us? Let's just watch. Just as they were speaking, a strong spiritual energy, fluctuation, suddenly approached them from behind, followed by an aggressive voice. "Those who block me will die!" Lu Yi turned around and saw a figure charging towards them. His entire body was emitting a dazzling golden light. Even the meteors blocking his path were forcibly knocked aside by him, looking as if he had gone mad. Lu Yi hurriedly led his 2 team members out of the way. That cultivator directly swept past the 3 of them, not even sparing them a glance as he hurriedly entered the battlefield. This guy had clearly been killed and reborn. It was precisely because he was killed that he was so angry. Sigh. Su Xinghe sighed. The weak are always bullied. If their side had a late-stage constellation cultivator participating in this battle, they wouldn't have been looked down upon like this. Now, the other 2 sides had late-stage constellation cultivators overseeing them, and there are even 2 or 3 mid-stage constellation cultivators. Their side only had a single mid-stage constellation cultivator, so they couldn't even stand straight. Just as they were watching, the 3 of them simultaneously felt their minds stir and turned to look in a certain direction. In the next instant, Lu Ye's figure flickered, and he flew over. A new spirit orb had appeared. At the same time, Haitang and Han Malong's teams also hurriedly rushed over. The remnants of the southern and western tribes who were in the midst of a fierce battle all stopped at the same time, and their figures flickered. Even those cultivators who had died in battle and had just been reborn also flew in the direction of the new spirit orb. In an instant, the 27 people from Black Abyss all had their sights set on a single location. In the first round of competition, the southern and western tribes had allowed the eastern tribes to obtain a spirit orb first. But now that the second round of competition had begun, they didn't intend to give in anymore. In this kind of competition, strength was the deciding factor, and they couldn't keep giving in like this. Sensing the many auras chasing after them, Huang Li and Su Xinghe's faces were filled with helplessness. If the situation continued to develop like this, once the 27 people gathered together, the eastern tribes would inevitably have to retreat. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi suddenly raised his voice and bellowed, "My eastern tribes will take this spirit orb. Whoever dares to snatch it, my eastern tribes will fight to the death." Huang Li and Su Xinghe, who were secretly anxious, were startled and looked at Lu Yi in astonishment. For generations, the eastern tribes had always been on the decline. Basically, they always acted with their tails between their legs. When had they ever dared to speak such arrogant words? Where did he get the courage to say such words? Wasn't he afraid of arousing public anger? Senior sister Haitong's Dao companion looked gentle and refined. So how could he be so stupid? Just as the two of them were bewildered, Lu Ye's tone changed again. But if any of you can help my eastern tribes obtain this spirit orb, my eastern tribes will give you a peach in return. For the next spirit orb, my eastern tribes will give you our full support. After 3 breaths of time, the auras chasing after them suddenly became chaotic, and the 2 tribes that had stopped fighting began to fight again. A vigorous voice sounded. Fellow Taoists from the eastern tribes, remember what you said. This time, my southern tribes will help. Another person shouted angrily, Southern tribes, is your head on your buttocks? Can't you see such a simple trick? The eastern tribes obviously want us to fight with each other, so they can benefit from it. What are you doing? The vigorous voice sounded again. Stop talking nonsense. You didn't show any mercy when you killed our people just now. What's wrong with letting them benefit from it? Amidst the noise, the fight became a mess. The 3 members of Lu Ye's team quickly left. Huang Li was obviously still in a daze. She couldn't understand how Lu Ye's words could make the 2 tribes fight again. Su Xinghe, on the other hand, looked thoughtful. He was pleasantly surprised and impressed. Senior brother Lu, you have a good method. With 1 word, you divided the 2 tribes and let my eastern tribes take the initiative. Lu Yi shook his head. It's not that I have a good method, but that the 2 tribes have always been wary of each other. I just added fuel to the fire. Huang Li said, but Senior brother Lu, how can you be sure that they will be willing to help us? Lu Yi said, none of them are willing to help us sincerely, but they are all afraid that the other side will help us. With this kind of mood, it's very likely that the relatively weaker side will be unable to hold back and agree to my proposal. Of course, even if no one agrees, there's nothing to lose by trying. Who can't talk big? Huang Li suddenly understood. So the southern tribes agreed. In the fierce battle just now, the southern tribes were indeed slightly weaker. Su Xinghe said, but junior brother Lu, aren't you afraid that the 2 tribes will join forces to deal with us first? With the strength of the 2 tribes, we won't be able to resist them. So what if that's the case? They'll kill all of our people, and when the time comes, they'll still have to fight each other. There won't be a clear winner for a while, and when we regroup and rush over, it'll be another 3-sided battle. Lu Yi paused, feeling that it was necessary to change their minds. It's true that the eastern tribes are weak, but in such an environment, being weak is not necessarily a disadvantage. Instead, it's our advantage, because the 2 tribes are afraid that we'll side with the other tribe. As long as we take advantage of this, we don't have to be afraid of them. On the other hand, they should be the ones asking us for help. This was the first time Huang Li and Su Xinghe had heard such words, and for a moment it was an eye-opener. If it were the constellations of other domains, Lu Yi wouldn't need to say anything. At their cultivation level, who didn't have a wealth of knowledge and experience. However, the situation at Fengcuan Mountain was different from other domains. Even constellations couldn't easily wander the starry skies, so their thoughts were inevitably more simple. As they spoke, Lu Yi had already led the 2 of them to the location of the spirit ball. Haitong's team had already arrived first, and this location was the closest to Haitong's team. The 3 of them were also the fastest to arrive. At this moment, they were circulating their spirit energy, sending the spirit ball in the direction of the main camp. But from the expressions of the 3 of them, it was clear that they were a little nervous, afraid that the experts of the southern and western tribes would suddenly appear and fight over it. When Lu Yi arrived, Huang Li excitedly recounted what had just happened. Haitang and the others all heaved a sigh of relief, looking at Lu Yi with admiration and gratitude. After a while, Han Malong's team arrived. The 9 people from the eastern tribes transported the spirit ball in the same way as before. There weren't any obstacles, and the eastern tribes successfully sent the second spirit ball to the main camp. Chapter 1335. The development of the martial arts exercise had always been under the close attention of the 3 divisions, Through the changes in the position of the light spots, they could easily infer the specific situation in the black abyss. Seeing that the eastern side smoothly got the second spiritual ball, Chen Xianhai and the others were also greatly surprised. In the past, the process of the Eastern Division fighting for the spirit orbs had never been so smooth. Basically, the Eastern Division would take advantage of the fact that the other two divisions were busy transporting the spirit orbs and had no time to care about anything else. There were even many times when the Eastern Division would only be able to gather 2 spirit orbs when the last spirit orb appeared. This was because when the last spirit orb appeared, the other 2 divisions would already have 3 and 4 spirit orbs and would not be able to fight for more. Under such circumstances, the final spirit orb would inevitably belong to the Eastern Division. But this time, the development of the situation was puzzling. The first spiritual ball was easy to explain, since the Southern and Western divisions gave it up, but what was the situation with the second spiritual ball? Clearly, the cultivators of the Southern and Western divisions were moving closer to the location of the spiritual ball, but for some reason they fought halfway, allowing the Eastern side to pick up the second spiritual ball without any risk. This situation, not to mention Qin Xianhai and the others, even the Southern and Western divisions Rizhao, were very puzzled. They didn't know what their little brats were doing. Before the martial arts exercise, they did tell them not to suppress the Eastern side too much. The Eastern side was already miserable enough. Although they were divided into 3 divisions, they were still one family after all. When faced with a foreign enemy, they had to work together. But not suppressing them didn't mean they had to be so modest. Although they could infer the situation in the black abyss, they didn't know what was going on inside, so they couldn't interfere. In the silence, Chen Xianhai angrily said, "If you want to fart, hurry up and do it. Don't hold it in." A Western division's Rizhao smiled and said, "Brother Qin, what are you saying?" In any case, I still have to congratulate Brother Qin. The Eastern side completed the task ahead of time. This generation of Eastern constellations is very good. The implication was that the Eastern side only needed to get 2 spiritual balls, and they didn't need to continue to interfere with the rest. The Southern divisions, Zhu Laoer understood and laughed in a low voice. Qin Xianhai coldly snorted, regretting his words. The younger generation was incompetent. As the elders, they couldn't fight back when they were ridiculed by others. Not only did the Rizhao people think that the Eastern side had completed the task ahead of time, even the Eastern constellations in the Black Abyss who participated in this matter also thought so. When the second spirit ball was safely placed, everyone's faces lit up with joy, and some even laughed out loud. Even Haitang let out a long sigh. Now that they had 2 goals in their hands, even if they didn't get anything later, they wouldn't lose too badly. When Louis saw this, he wanted to open his mouth and persuade them not to be so easily satisfied. After all, he still had the task of taking second place. If everyone was satisfied, what would happen to him? He couldn't possibly fight alone. However, before he could open his mouth, Haitang spoke first. "We have such a perfect start, so we should continue to work hard and fight for more. If we can snatch 3 spirit orbs, we can wipe away our previous humiliation and restore our Eastern glory. What do you all think?" Everyone's morale was greatly boosted by Haitang's words. The number of spirit balls determined the strength of the headquarters for the next 50 years. At this moment, they were shouldering such a sacred mission. They had the opportunity to complete the feat that their ancestors had failed to accomplish. If they could accomplish it, they would be respected by future generations. So they all said, "We will follow senior sister's arrangements." Haitang turned to look at Lu Yi. "Junior brother Lu, didn't you promise the southern side to help them? Now that the 2 sides are fighting for the spirit orbs, it's time to fulfill the agreement." When the eastern side was transporting the spirit orbs, the 5th spirit orb had already appeared. The southern and western sides must be fighting for it. If the eastern side rushed over at this time to help the southern side, the western side would definitely lose. Lu Yi nodded. "Since it's an agreement, we naturally have to abide by it. lest others say that we don't keep our word. Changing the topic, he said, "But I suggest that we don't go to the location where they are fighting, and there's no need to directly participate in the battle between them." Haitang asked, "Then what should we do?" Lu Yi turned his head and looked in a direction. "Let's go there." Everyone followed his gaze and was stunned for a moment. When they looked at Lu Yi again, their faces were full of shock. They didn't expect him to have such a proposal. If this kind of thing was done, then they would really fight to the death with the western side. After all, that direction was where the western camp was located. They were going to raid the camp. It wasn't that this kind of thing hadn't happened in history, but it was basically impossible to succeed. This was because the other side's cultivators could immediately react after sensing the movement of the spirit orb and quickly return to help. It was very easy for them to snatch the spirit orb back. Lu Yi saw everyone's expressions and knew what they were thinking. He shook his head and said, "It's not a raid, it's a raid." If they really did raid the camp, the western side would definitely react immediately. They would most likely give up on fighting with the southern side and return to the camp to defend. In this way, they would be able to fulfill the agreement with the southern side. But Lu Yi didn't just want to fulfill the agreement with the southern side. What he wanted to do was stall for time, let the southern side and the western side fight for a longer time. This way, it would be more convenient for his next plan. If the two sides stopped fighting, his plan wouldn't be able to be carried out. Haitang reacted. "Junior brother Lu means to intercept the western side's cultivators who have died in battle and are returning to the battlefield after being reborn." "That's right." Haitang nodded. "That's good too. If we don't directly interfere in the battle between the two sides, we won't completely offend them." Lu Yi knew that Haitang's thoughts were still too simple. She felt that this wouldn't completely offend them, but in reality, if the eastern side really started to raid people, the effect would be no different from raiding the camp. The western side would definitely hold a grudge against the eastern side and would most likely target and suppress them. However, there was no need to explain these considerations to Haitang. In the end, he would have to offend one of the southern and western divisions. Previously, the southern side had agreed to Lu Ye's conditions, so he could only choose to offend the western side. After the discussion, everyone immediately rushed in that direction. When they reached the center of the western camp and the spirit orb that was being fought over, Lu Yi and the others immediately scattered and hid on a nearby meteorite. At the same time, they concealed their figures and restrained their auras. Not long after, a streak of light hurriedly rushed over from the western camp. It was clearly a western cultivator who had been reborn and was rushing to the battlefield. Judging from the other party's spirit chi fluctuations, he was only at the early stage of the constellation realm. This was normal. In such a great battle, those with lower cultivation would ultimately be at a disadvantage and would be in more danger. This person was only focused on rushing over. How could he have known that there would be a group of people with ill intentions lying in ambush in such a place? When he entered the ambush, Han Malong was the first to jump out and block him. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. However, it was already too late to run. Han Malong's team of 3 worked together and easily entangled him. They didn't kill him, mainly because Lu Yi had told Han Malong to just keep him busy. In such a situation, this person was so angry that he started to shout and curse, shouting that he would definitely return and make the eastern side pay the price. However, he couldn't shake the hearts of Han Malong and the others in the slightest. Since they had already decided to do this, they wouldn't be overcautious anymore. While the battle was lively here, another streak of light rushed over from the western camp. From afar, Lu Yi could sense that this person was at the middle stage of the constellation realm. From the looks of it, the battle between the two groups was obviously very fierce. Even a middle-stage constellation realm cultivator had died in battle. In a lineup of 9 people, a middle-stage constellation realm cultivator could play a significant role. He was naturally anxious to return to the battlefield. However, from afar, he saw Han Malong and the others surrounding and killing his companions. He immediately stopped, his expression grave. The appearance of the Eastern cultivators in this position was undoubtedly very thought-provoking. He didn't rush forward to save them mainly because he didn't see anyone else from the eastern side. However, at this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared from the side. It was Haitong's team. This person was shocked and instantly saw through the eastern side's intentions. Just as he was about to escape from the side, Lu Yi led Huang Li and Su Xinghe to meet them leisurely. He almost didn't hesitate and directly pounced towards Lu Ye's team. The situation was very obvious. Of the 2 teams that surrounded him, one had a middle-stage Constellation Realm cultivator and the other didn't. He would naturally choose the one without a middle-stage Constellation Realm cultivator, as it would be easier to break through. At the same time, he shouted, "Eastern side, are you colluding with the southern side?" Lu Yi turned a deaf ear and rushed towards this person. The moment their spiritual energy collided, Lu Yi unsheathed the long saber at his waist. In an instant, a murderous intent flashed through the air. This middle-stage Constellation Realm cultivator screamed and couldn't help but retreat. On his waist there was a bone-deep wound. His flesh and blood rolled and blood gushed out. Before he could stabilize his body, Haitong's team had already rushed over and brought him into their attack range. Like Han Malong's team, Haitong's team only stalled and didn't kill. Originally, even if Haitong's team had 2 clansmen to help, it wouldn't be easy to stall the other party. After all, in terms of the consolidation of the middle-stage Constellation Realm, the other party had many more years than Haiding. In terms of individual strength, he was much more powerful than Haiding. However, after being injured by Lu Ye's saber, it was impossible for this person to escape. In addition, Lu Ye's gaze had been intentionally or unintentionally staring at him, causing him to be a little cautious. Behind Lu Yi, Huang Li and Su Xinghe were shocked. They didn't know how strong Lu Yi was before. They only thought that since everyone's cultivation was about the same, their strength was probably about the same. It wasn't until that saber slash that the 2 of them realized that Lu Ye's strength was not something they could compare to. A middle-stage Constellation Realm cultivator was actually injured by him with a single slash. Even with the help of the 2 of them, his own foundation wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't do it to this extent. The external aid that the headquarters invited this time seemed to be quite incredible. Chapter 1336. An hour later, the 3rd reborn cultivator from the west rushed over from the main camp, but he was intercepted by Lu Yi, Huang Li, and Su Xinghe. So far, there were a total of 3 people from the west who had fallen here and were unable to support the headquarters and the south. Among them, 1 was at the middle stage and 2 were at the early stage. For a lineup of only 9 people, the absence of 3 people would undoubtedly have a great impact on the situation. On the battlefield of the south and west, both sides were already badly battered. The overall strength of these 2 divisions was not much different, and since the start of the martial arts exercise, they had regarded each other as their only opponents. On the battlefield, cultivators would fall from time to time. At first, both sides were still evenly matched. Even if the West had a slight advantage because of 1 more middle-stage Constellation cultivator, the advantage was not too obvious. But as time passed, the situation gradually became worse. The cultivators on the south side could continuously rush over from the main camp, but the west side could not receive timely support. After fighting for half a day, the lineup of 9 people was actually missing 3 people, and they were completely at a disadvantage. The most direct manifestation was the spirit balls that both sides were fighting over, and they were moving towards the south camp at a moderate speed. They were not fools. Even if they did not see what exactly happened, they could imagine it, especially when the eastern cultivators did not appear after transporting the spirit balls. This was obviously not right. The western late-stage Constellation cultivator was furious and roared, "East, you're courting death!" The southern late-stage cultivator laughed and circulated his spirit power, his voice spreading in all directions. "The East really keeps their promise. We'll cooperate with you in the next martial arts exercise. Originally, he did not see the figures of the Eastern cultivators and thought that the East did not intend to fulfill their previous agreement. But now, it seemed that they were fulfilling it in another way. However, the East was very self-aware. They knew that their overall strength was at the bottom, so they did not rashly intervene in the battle here. Instead, they blocked the Western cultivators' path. The East's method was impeccable. This could be considered a disguised form of help. In the current situation, 9 people against 6 people, the South could be said to be in a stable situation. However, it was not realistic to want to completely destroy the other side. This was because, after realizing that the situation was not good, the 6 people in the West became more cautious. Their strategy was only to pester the South and delay their speed of transporting the spirit balls. This made the South somewhat uncomfortable, but there was nothing they could do. They could only slowly send the spirit balls in the direction of the main camp. The battle between the 9 people in the East was not as intense. After all, each of the 3 small teams was dealing with one person. It was still relatively easy if they did not fight to the death. However, the situation on the battlefield was slowly changing. Originally, the 3 teams were very scattered on the battlefield, but at this moment, intentionally or unintentionally, they were moving closer to each other. As the side with the absolute advantage, the 3 Eastern teams had the ability to do such a thing. This change was caused by Lu Yi secretly transmitting his voice to Haitang and Han Malong. The 2 of them didn't know what Lu Yi was planning, so they just cooperated. After a while, a peculiar energy fluctuation appeared, and the 6th spirit ball was born. Lu Yi had been waiting for this moment and had been paying attention to the position of the 5th spirit ball. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the time had come. If they waited any longer and Nan Fong sent the 5th spirit orb back, all their previous efforts would have been for naught. Fortunately, the appearance of the 6th spirit orb wasn't too late. "Stay close to me," Lu Yi immediately transmitted to Haitang and Han Malong. The distance between the 3 battlefields was close enough, but after all, this was a Constellation Realm battlefield, so the distance needed to move wasn't small. Thus, the distance was still somewhat insufficient. Following Lu Ye's transmission, Haitang and Han Malong's teams moved their battle groups and moved closer to Lu Ye's team. In the next moment, a bloody light suddenly bloomed, followed by a monstrous sea of blood surging. Even in the void, everyone could almost hear the sound of waves sweeping through the air. Not only were the 3 cultivators from the western region dumbfounded by this bizarre scene, even the cultivators from the eastern region were flabbergasted by this sight. No one knew that Lu Yi could actually use such a secret technique. As Lu Ye's cultivation increased, her foundation strengthened, and her blood qi grew stronger, so the appearance of the Blood River art was undoubtedly more magnificent. This was a veritable sea of blood. Everything within 100 kilometers was instantly enveloped by this dense, blood-red color. Everyone fell into it, and as the undercurrents of the sea of blood surged, their bodies became unstable. However, under Lu Ye's guidance, everyone in the east quickly regained their senses. As for the 3 in the west, they didn't have such good treatment. Trapped in the sea of blood, their divine senses were obstructed, and their bodies couldn't move smoothly. It was extremely uncomfortable. After a short while, a gigantic ball of blood spanning 100 kilometers appeared in the void, and 9 figures broke free from the sea of blood. They were the 9 from the east. Lu Yi took the lead and flew toward the 6th spirit orb. Everyone followed closely behind, and in an instant their speed was raised to the extreme. It was time to race against time again. Haitang glanced back at the gigantic ball of blood and vaguely felt that it was somewhat similar to the Blood River art of the Blood Tribe that she had seen in ancient records. The Blood Tribe had once besieged Mount Fongsuan in the east, so there were extremely detailed records of the Blood Tribe's secret techniques. Even though the humans had never seen the Blood Tribe and the Blood River art before, they could still see some clues from the traces. However, blood arts were exclusive to the blood tribe, so how could a human like Lu Yi use it? In the end, they could only conclude that this was a blood Dao secret technique that Lu Yi cultivated. Blood arts were indeed exclusive to the blood race, but secret arts of the blood Dao were not. Many races cultivated secret arts of the blood Dao, and their powers were mysterious and unpredictable. For a human to be able to display such a magnificent blood Dao secret technique, it was obvious that Lu Ye's attainments in the secret technique were extremely high. At this moment, Haitang finally understood the purpose of Lu Ye's previous arrangements. Here, they intercepted the 3 cultivators from the west and drew the 3 battlefields closer to each other. When the time was right, they would activate this blood Dao secret technique to trap them. This way, they would inevitably be delayed. The timing was when the 6th spirit orb was born. As for how long the blood Dao secret technique could trap the 3 cultivators, Haitang had no idea, but now was not the time to satisfy her curiosity. While the people from the east were hurriedly flying toward the 6th spirit orb under the leadership of Lu Yi, in the misty space, the 3 elders were stunned and their eyes widened as they stared at the martial arts practice space in the center. There was no other reason for this, as the scene in the martial arts practice space had revealed something that they could not understand. A total of 27 light spots had now become 28. In other words, an extra person had appeared out of thin air. In the special environment of the Black Abyss, it was impossible for an extra person to suddenly appear out of nowhere. Now that such a situation had occurred, there was only one possibility. In the south, Zhu Lao looked up in the direction of Chen Xianhai and the others. Body talisman? The so-called body talisman was the external avatar talisman. In the previous battle between Chen Xianhai and Su Yuqing, they had relied on these talismans, not their real bodies. Basically, when a human cultivator reached the Divine Sea Realm, they were qualified to refine their own body talismans, which could play a miraculous role in some special environments. However, a body talisman was only a spirit talisman after all, and its power was limited. For example, a body talisman refined by a divine sea realm cultivator would only have 30% of their strength. In a battle of equal strength, such a talisman would not play much of a role. A body talisman refined by a star constellation realm cultivator would be able to display about 50% of its strength. Of course, this was not absolute, because after a body talisman was refined, it could be nourished with one's own strength. The longer it was nourished, the greater the power it could display. However, there was still a limit. For the human clan, only when their cultivation reached Yu Yao's level would they use body talismans in battle. At this level, the power of a body talisman refined by a star constellation realm cultivator would be more impressive. After all, the star constellation realm cultivator was still a bit lacking. What surprised Sunshine and the others was not the body talisman itself, but the appearance of the light spot. Under normal circumstances, even if the human clan activated a body talisman in the Black Abyss, there would not be more light spots because the power of the talisman was not enough to be marked by the martial arts practice space. However, the light spot that appeared at this moment was obviously abnormal. Judging from the brightness of the light spot, it was equivalent to a cultivator at the early stage of the star constellation realm. Which star constellation realm cultivator refined a body talisman with such great power? Not only was Zhu Lao puzzled, but Chen Xianhai and Wu Qima were also shocked and looked at Su Yuqing together. Their little brats didn't have this ability, so there was only one possibility for this change: Lu Yi from the Nine Heavens realm. However, the two of them didn't understand what kind of method this was, so they could only ask Su Yuqing. In any case, Su Yuqing was the most familiar with Lu Yi. How could Su Yuqing know what kind of method this was? She shook her head slightly, indicating that she didn't know. Sunshine from the west suddenly cursed. Bastards, 3 against 1, and still can't do anything. All these years of cultivation have been for nothing. Under his observation, the West had 3 people against 1 person from the East. Moreover, the West had a mid-stage star constellation realm cultivator, while the East only had an early-stage star constellation realm cultivator. Yet, they still couldn't take down the other party, which really annoyed him. He could only see that the West had 3 against 1, but he couldn't see that in the black abyss, these 3 people were trapped in the blood sea like headless flies. Most importantly, Louis' clone was in the blood sea, and with a thought, a large formation was formed. The 3 people each had their own formation, so even if they went all out, they wouldn't be able to escape in a short time. At this time, the 9 people from the East were rushing in the direction of the 6th spiritual ball. In another direction, the 6 people from the West were also rushing over under the leadership of the late-stage star constellation realm cultivator. They had been entangled with the South before, but the 3 of them were trapped and couldn't get any support for a long time. Their momentum was gone, and they couldn't stop the South. Naturally, they could only aim for the newly born spiritual ball. Right now, the South was transporting the spiritual ball. Before the spiritual ball was sent back to the camp, they didn't need to worry about the South's interference, so they only needed to face the East. Since when did they put the East in their eyes? Therefore, they were determined to get this spiritual ball. End of this chapter. Chapter 1337. Rushing all the way, the 6 from the West finally saw the traces of the spirit orb in the distance. They also saw the 9 from the East transporting the spirit orb like a group of ants. With 6 against 9, the West was no match for the South, but they had no problem dealing with the East. So from afar, the leading late-stage constellation cultivator shouted, "East, put down the spirit orb!" When the people from the West chased over, the East naturally sensed it as well. At this moment, they were all nervous and resentful. Sure enough, what they feared would happen. While they were transporting the spirit orb, they had been worried that the West would catch up, so they didn't dare delay for a moment. They only wanted to quickly send the spirit orb back to the main camp. But in the end, they were still caught up. At this time, there was still some distance between them, but the speed of transporting the spirit orb was not as fast as others flying in the void, so it wouldn't take long for them to be caught up. Seeing the distance between the 2 sides getting closer and closer, Haitang sent a message to Lu Yi. "Junior brother Lu, can you use the blood path secret technique to trap them again?" In the current situation, if Lu Yi could use the blood path secret technique to trap the enemy, then they would have a chance to safely send the spirit or back. "I can't do it." Lu Yi shook his head. The blood river technique also had its limits. He could trap 1 mid-stage constellation cultivator and 2 early-stage constellation cultivators, but he couldn't trap the remaining 6 at once, especially when there was 1 late-stage constellation cultivator and 2 mid-stage constellation cultivators among them. If he really did that, he could only trap them for a dozen breaths at most. Wasting his strength for nothing was not worth the loss. "Then what should we do?" Lu Yi said indifferently, "Kill." Haitang understood. Since things had come to this, they could only fight the West side. They couldn't just give up the spirit orb just because the other side came. That would be too spineless. Moreover, due to the special nature of the Black Abyss, even if they died in battle, they wouldn't really die. So even if the overall strength of the East side was weaker, they still had the courage to fight the enemy to the death. "Then let's fight." Haitang's expression became determined, and she quickly arranged the battle strategy. "Junior brother Lu, I'll take some people to pin down the late-stage constellation cultivator. The other 2 mid-stage constellation cultivators will be left to you and junior brother Han. As for the remaining 3 early-stage constellation cultivators, you 2 teams do your best to keep them busy." "No problem." Lu Yi nodded. Haitang sent a message to the East side and immediately prepared. It could be seen that Haitang was only doing her best with this arrangement. She did not really expect anything. However, even if she knew that there would be no good result, she could only fight. The distance between the two sides continued to shrink until a certain moment. Haitang suddenly turned around and shouted, "Kill!" He led his team of 2 and charged towards the enemy's front line. At the same time, Lu Ye's and Han Malong's teams also turned around and followed behind. Seeing this, the late-stage star constellation cultivator in the west laughed out loud. Good timing. He was afraid that the eastern side wouldn't take the bait and would instead harass them. If that was the case, then even if they managed to snatch the spirit orbs, their journey would be slowed down under the harassment. Now that the southern side was transporting the spirit orbs, it wouldn't take long for them to settle down. At that time, the southern side would definitely rush over. If the Southern Alliance intercepted them while they were transporting the spirit orbs, they would be in big trouble. Therefore, even though the western side was aggressive and looked like they were determined to get the spirit ball, they were still worried about their gains and losses. Seeing that the eastern side didn't give up on the spirit orbs and instead charged towards them, it was naturally to their liking. This late-stage star constellation cultivator was the strongest, so he naturally charged the fastest. With a sweep of his divine perception, he already knew the details of Haitang's team and charged forward without a care. Even if he had to fight 1 against 3, he was still full of confidence. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Haitang's team and the late-stage star constellation cultivator were fighting. Lu Ye's and Han Malong's teams tacitly swept past the left and right sides of the battlefield and met the 2 mid-stage star constellation cultivators who were rushing over from behind. These 2 mid-stage star constellation cultivators behaved the same as the late-stage star constellation cultivator. They sensed that the enemy was only at the early stage star constellation cultivator and didn't take them seriously at all. In an instant, as they activated their spiritual power, 2 more battles broke out. Immediately after, it was the withering of life aura. The commotion caused by the death of a star constellation cultivator was not small. The sudden disappearance of such a vigorous aura naturally attracted attention. Both sides of the battle were stunned, because none of them had expected that someone would actually die as soon as the battle began. Almost everyone thought that the Eastern Star constellation cultivator had died in battle. After all, the difference in their strength was obvious. However, when they looked at the place where the aura had withered, they were all shocked. At that location, a bloody rain exploded like a blooming blood rose. From that blood rose, 3 figures bathed in the rain of blood brazenly charged out. The person in the lead was Lu Yi, who was wielding a saber. On the pitch-black blade, a grand light retracted. Behind him, Huang Li and Xiao Xinghe followed closely. A mid-stage star constellation cultivator from the western side had died. The late-stage star constellation cultivator who was fighting with Haitang's team was shocked and blurted out, "How can this be?" He was very clear about the strength of his own mid-stage star constellation cultivator. Even if it was another mid-stage star constellation cultivator, it was impossible for them to kill him in one move. However, the enemy had only dispatched 3 early-stage star constellation cultivators to do this. The scene that was imprinted in his eyes was truly beyond his understanding. How did they do it? He was only focused on suppressing Haitang's team earlier and didn't pay attention to what happened over there. Moreover, this unforeseen event had indeed happened too quickly. With him in a daze, the pressure on Haitang's team was greatly reduced. Although they had only exchanged blows for a few breaths of time, Haitang's team could already feel the difference in strength between them. Even if the 3 of them used the twin chi connected branch formation disc, they definitely wouldn't be a match for the other party. In the end, it was still because Haitang's strength wasn't enough. It was true that she was a mid-stage star constellation cultivator, but she had only advanced a few years ago. The strength that she could unleash was truly limited. If she was given another 10 years, her performance wouldn't be so bad. On the other side, Han Malong's team and even their opponents were similarly stunned. However, Han Malong's reaction was very fast. He only glanced at Lu Ye's side before urging his spiritual power again and attacking wildly. Among the 9 people from the eastern side, only he had truly experienced Lu Ye's strength. To think that he was at the peak of the early stage star constellation, it wouldn't take long for him to step into the mid-stage star constellation. Back then, halfway up a mortal spirit peak, he was beaten to a pulp by Lu Yi. Moreover, Lu Yi clearly didn't use his full strength that time. Therefore, Han Malong had always known that Lu Yi was at least a mid-stage star constellation cultivator. He understood that the mid-stage star constellation cultivator that Lu Yi dealt with definitely wouldn't have a good ending, but he didn't expect him to die so quickly. The development of the situation was extremely advantageous to his side, so what he had to do was simple. He only needed to pin down the enemy on his side, and the rest didn't need to be considered at all. With such considerations and actions, he actually managed to force the mid-stage star constellation cultivator back. The western side cultivator's foundation wasn't weak. If there really wasn't any interference, Han Malong's team might not be a match for him. His current performance wasn't good. On one hand, it was because his mind was shaken by the death of his companion. On the other hand, he was afraid that Han Malong's side would suddenly erupt with some method that could instantly kill him. He had to take precautions against his companion's example. Everything happened in a flash. After Lu Yi killed the mid-stage star constellation cultivator, he turned into a streak of light and went to meet the 3 early-stage star constellation cultivators at the back. Oh no! Huang Li and Su Xinghe's expressions both changed, and they hurriedly followed. However, their minds were also shaken just now, which caused their rhythm to be half a beat slower. This time they couldn't keep up with Lu Ye's figure, and the twin Qi-connected branches formation disc lost its effect. Previously, when they were intercepting the western side cultivators, Lu Yi injured a mid-stage star constellation cultivator with 1 slash, which made them dazzled. They originally thought that it was Lu Ye's full strength, but who knew that it was just a small display of his strength. The external aid that the headquarters invited had the ability to kill enemies above his realm, and it was an instant kill. The 2 of them found it hard to imagine what kind of scene it would be if Lu Yi went all out. However, this wasn't the time to sigh with emotion. In the pursuit, they saw Lu Yi meet a western early-stage star constellation cultivator head-on. He forcibly endured the other party's attacks and brazenly killed the enemy. Crisscrossing saber lights flashed past, and another life force withered. The remaining 2 early-stage star constellation cultivators had never seen such a straightforward way of killing the enemy. At this moment, when they saw Lu Yi pouncing towards them, they immediately dodged to the left and right, their hearts palpitating uneasily. Lu Yi chased after one of them, while the other was restrained by Huang Li and Su Xinghe, who were rushing over. For a moment, the situation was dire. The early-stage star constellation cultivator being chased by Lu Yi knew that he was definitely not a match for him. As he fled, he took out a purple talisman, poured spiritual power into it, and slapped it on his body. In an instant, a layer of golden light gushed out of his body. Lu Yi recognized at a glance that this was a golden body talisman. However, it was different from the golden body talismans he had come into contact with in the 9 provinces. The golden body talisman from the human clan star constellation realm was undoubtedly much more powerful. In fact, this was indeed the case. When Lu Yi caught up to this person, even with the mountain saber blessed with the divine edge spirit pattern, it took him 3 full slashes to break the golden body talisman and kill him on the spot. Before this early-stage star constellation cultivator died, his eyes were filled with disbelief. One had to know that this golden body talisman had been nourished for a full 30 years. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for cultivators of the same level to break it. It would take a long time to wear it down and fiercely attack, but now it was broken by just 3 slashes. This made him wonder if he was too nervous and used the wrong talisman. If this was a normal golden body talisman, Wouldn't it be broken in one slash? What a ferocious slash! After Lu Yi finished off his opponent, he immediately gathered with Huang Li and Su Xinghe. With the three of them working together, how could the early-stage star constellation cultivator survive? The three-person team then turned to the battlefield of Han Malong's team. After a fierce battle, the mid-stage star constellation cultivator, who was entangled by Han Malong's team, also followed in his companion's footsteps. At this point, only one late-stage star constellation cultivator remained among the 6 who attacked the western region. Since the outbreak of this great battle until now, only 50 breaths of time had passed. This person was also very decisive. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately left the battlefield. Even if Haitang tried her best to entangle him, she was unable to make him stay. The people of the eastern region gathered again, but only 8 of the original 9 people were left. Although 5 people from the western region died in battle, the eastern region was not unscathed. One of Haitang's team members was killed by the late-stage star constellation cultivator. Chapter 1338. Not only did the Haitang team lose 1 person in battle, Haitang herself and the remaining person were also heavily injured. If the situation hadn't changed so quickly, as long as the Western late-stage expert had a little more time, he would have been able to completely destroy the Haitang team. But now it was impossible. He was alone. Even if he was a late-stage expert, he couldn't fight against 8 people alone, especially when there was a fellow among the 8 that he couldn't see through. Even now, he still couldn't figure out how Lu Yi killed his mid-stage expert with 1 slash. His companion's underestimation of the enemy was definitely a part of the reason, but the enemy's powerful background was probably the main reason. Looking at the 8 people from the east regrouping and rushing towards the main camp, the late-stage expert side, he couldn't stop them, although he could still harass them and slow down the speed of the east's transportation of the spirit balls. If he was alone, how much use could he do? Moreover, if he really did that, he would be in danger. If a late-stage expert like him died here, it would be a huge loss of face. Before the martial arts practice, he and everyone in the West only regarded the South as a great enemy. They didn't even consider the East. But now, it seemed that a dog that bites doesn't bark. Such a strange fellow actually appeared in the East without any warning. He felt that there was a need to reevaluate the threat of the East. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Lu Yi wasn't from the human clan, because in the battle, Lu Yi didn't show any signs of using spirit talismans. Moreover, his fighting style was pure weapon cultivation. This was undoubtedly an external aid that the East had found. His early-stage star constellation cultivation was within the rules. There was nothing to criticize. From afar, he shouted, "Fellow Taoist, how should I address you?" Lu Yi naturally knew that he was asking him. Without turning his head, he replied, "Lu Yi." The late-stage expert from the West nodded slightly and reported his name, Yi Chaochuan. After saying that, he turned around and left. It was useless to stay here alone. It would take a long time for the Western late-stage experts to rush over. He could only place his hopes on the southern side and hope that the southern people would rush over to obstruct the eastern side. But now, it seemed that the hope wasn't very high, because the southern side had just finished arranging the spirit balls. Even if they rushed over at full speed, there wouldn't be enough time. In the strange fog space, the 3 tribes were all silent. This scene had been maintained for a while. The scene they had just witnessed was simply too shocking. From what they could see, the 6 people from the West were chasing after the people from the East who were transporting the spirit orbs. They thought that they would be able to wipe out the people from the East and snatch the spirit orbs. But the situation was completely different from what they had expected. In just 50 breaths of time, only one of the 6 from the West was left alive. The other 5 were all killed, including 2 of the middle stage. On the other hand, the weak lineup of the East only lost one of the early stage. This kind of casualty ratio could be said to be a complete victory for the Eastern side. not to mention that the southern and western tribes were dumbfounded. Even the 3 from the eastern tribes were in disbelief. The root cause of all this was one of the early constellation warriors in the eastern region. In the manifestation of the martial arts practice space, wherever the light representing this person swam, death would follow. In particular, the scene of him killing a Western middle stage expert was truly unbelievable. After a long while, a Rizhao from the Western region said in a deep voice, "Brother Qin, your Eastern region is really well hidden. When did such a good seedling appear?" Even if the Rizhao cultivators didn't know the details of the battle inside the Black Abyss, they knew that the special early constellation warrior had the ability to kill enemies above his level. Killing enemies above one's level was very common when a cultivator's cultivation was low. The lower the cultivation, the easier it was to do so. On the other hand, the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to do so. This was because every realm required a lot of time to settle down. A constellation warrior who could kill enemies above his level was something that had never happened in the history of the humanoid race. For such a good seedling to appear in the eastern region, the Rizhao cultivators from the western region were full of admiration and envy. Zhu Lauer from the southern region was not stingy with his praise. What's more, this kid is not only powerful, but also resourceful. A Rizhao cultivator from the western region was unhappy and said in disdain, "Zhu Lauer, you can see this through the space." Zhu Lauer chuckled. "Then why are there only 6 people from the western region chasing after the eastern region?" The Rizhao cultivator said, "Naturally, there are 3 people trapped." "Who trapped them?" Zhu Lauer asked again. The Rizhao cultivator pondered for a moment and suddenly understood. Zhu Lauer said, "This kid must have planned to snatch the 6th spiritual ball. That's why he used a trick to trap the 3 people from the western region. This way, the remaining 6 people from the western region will be entangled with the people from the southern region who are transporting the spiritual balls. They won't be able to win in a short time, so they can achieve their goal of stalling for time. When the 6th spiritual ball appears, the eastern region will have the upper hand. The southern region won't have the time to deal with them. The arrogant bastards from the western region will only have 6 people chasing after the eastern region. You little fellows in the west have been tricked from the very beginning." The Rizhao cultivator from the western region was annoyed. "Do you think I don't understand? I need you to explain." Zhu Lauer didn't care. He looked at Qin Xianhai and said, "No matter what, I still have to congratulate Brother Qin." Qin Xianhai grunted and sent a voice transmission to Su Yuqing. "Fellow Taoist Su, why didn't you tell me earlier that the boy surnamed Lu is so amazing? I've been on tenterhooks." How could Su Yuqing know whether Lu Yi was powerful or not? Originally, when she saw the lineup of the southern and western regions, she thought that the eastern region would be at the bottom again. Who knew that there would be such a change at the moment? But if things were really as Zhu Lauer explained, then Lu Yi did put in a lot of effort in this martial arts practice. It seemed that he was trapping the 3 people from the western region, but in fact he was preparing for the next spiritual ball competition. Because the southern region was transporting the spiritual balls. When the new spiritual balls appeared, the eastern region's opponent would only be the western region's opponent. Cutting off 3 of the opponent's forces in advance was to prepare for the later battle. This kind of foresight was not possessed by the cultivators of the eastern region at all. She understood that it must be the request she made to him before that made him feel pressured and annoyed. Was this kid so unwilling to stay in Fengsun Mountain? Why was he working so hard? At present, the eastern region had already obtained 3 spiritual balls. As long as there were no accidents, they would at least be ranked second. And looking at the trend of the battle just now, the eastern region did have the qualifications to compete for first place. If they could really obtain first place, then the eastern region would really be able to wash away their previous shame. Not only was Su Yuqing fantasizing, but even Qin Xianhai and Wu Qima were also daydreaming. They finally understood why Su Yuqing thought so highly of Lu Yi and didn't hesitate to use such a method. Now, it seemed that Su Yuqing's efforts were worth it. She had indeed brought a fierce general to the eastern region. In the eastern region's camp, the third spiritual ball was placed. The group of people were all cheering and jumping for joy, extremely excited. They never thought that under such circumstances, the eastern region would be able to obtain 3 spiritual balls. This undoubtedly meant that the eastern region had basically locked in the second place. At the beginning, everyone only wanted to not lose too badly. In the end, not only did they achieve this, they even surpassed it. Everyone knew who the biggest credit belonged to, so they all looked at Lu Yi with gratitude. It was only after the battle, just now, that everyone realized how tyrannical the foreign aid that the eastern region had invited by the eastern region was. They all sighed in their hearts. Martial Uncle's Rizhao's vision was indeed outstanding. Haitang was reborn. In the battle just now, she was seriously injured, so after returning to the camp, she simply killed herself to be reborn. In this way, all the previous injuries she suffered would disappear. Of course, the consumed spiritual energy couldn't be recovered. Moreover, rebirth itself consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Therefore, in the Black Abyss, unless they were killed or their injuries affected their performance, cultivators wouldn't casually choose to be reborn, so as to avoid a lack of spiritual energy that would affect the subsequent battles. Her team member was also reborn together with her. Junior brother Lu, do you think we should hold on to our current achievements or continue to work hard? The Black Abyss martial arts exhibition matches generally had 2 processes, attack and defense. In the early stage, fighting for spiritual balls was to attack. When the number of spiritual balls fought for was almost enough to meet the established goal, it was time to defend. In this way, with the special characteristics of the Black Abyss's rules, they basically wouldn't lose the fruits they snatched, unless the other 2 tribes joined forces to attack. Before, when Haitang asked for Lu Ye's opinion, she secretly transmitted her voice to him, mainly because she was considering the reaction of her clansmen. No matter what, Lu Yi wasn't a member of the dwarf clan, even if his current identity was Haitang's Dao companion. As the leader on the surface, if Haitang herself didn't have enough decisiveness, it would affect the morale of the troops. But now there was no need to be sneaky. After the battle just now, the eastern region had seen Lu Ye's ability with their own eyes. Naturally, they knew that no matter what decision Haitang made or what tactic she decided on, it would inevitably revolve around Lu Yi. Lu Yi said, "Senior sister Haitang can make the decision. I will listen to the arrangements." In his heart, he was more inclined to defend the camp, so that he could safely complete Su Yuqing's task. But after all, this was an internal struggle of the dwarf clan. At this critical moment that determined the future of the eastern region for the next 50 years, it wasn't appropriate for an outsider like him to make a decisive decision. Haitang also knew this and fell into deep thought. Lu Yi turned his head and looked around, meeting the scorching gazes of everyone, and said with a smile, "No matter what we do next, the most important thing is to recover our spirit energy." These words woke everyone up from their dreams. Everyone was so excited about the 3 balls in their hands that they completely forgot about this matter. Hearing these words, they hurriedly sat down cross-legged and took out spirit jades and pills to recover. Huang Li and Su Xingha came up together and bowed. Lu Yi was puzzled. "What are you doing?" Huang Li said seriously, "Senior brother Lu, rest assured, if there is another battle, the 2 of us will not make any mistakes." Only then did Lu Yi understand that they were apologizing for what happened just now. The situation at that time was really because the 2 of them were too shocked and their minds were shaken, causing their reactions to be half a beat slower and unable to keep up with Lu Ye's rhythm. In a battle, such a mistake could cost a person's life. Lu Yi patted the 2 on the shoulder. "Let's work hard together."